Yui, hello. Hi. Sorry, apparently I need to authorize my bot. I think that's all I needed to do. Huzzah. Okay. Hello, Grot. What up, dude? Hello. Give me... Grot is the #1 clips leader, apparently. Oh, my music is way too loud. Oh, I also need to run the ad, speaking of ads. Why is Twitch giving me an ad for the laptop I'm literally using, bro? I get that. I had to get a new phone, so it keeps telling me to get a phone. It's like, oh, we see that you were looking at phones. It's like, yeah, I wonder why. It's almost like I bought a new one. Do you get one? I did. I had to. I mean, would have been rough not having one, which kind of sucks, but thankfully my family is super helpful for me. For me sounds like, for some reason it sounds wrong. Anyway, it sounds like you're like, yeah, they're useful for me. It sounds way too impersonal. Anyway, Lego. I know that's, well, no, I guess it's just Lego. You just said Lego. There you go. Oh, Beats was talking the whole time. Yes. Hello. It is I, Beats, ruler of this land. Music's maybe a smidge loud. Yo, Tebow, making an entrance. Thank you for the resubscribe. Hell yeah.
Hey, Shibo just subscribed. Be-eatons.
Hey, Shibo. I didn't know. You didn't know. Indeed. I just now plugged in my headphones. Indeed. Earbuds. Indeed. Thank you, Tebow, for the resub scribbles. 5 months. You're 1 month away from having more horns. Hey, it's Chibo. Damn, so many peeps here. Yeah. It's like y'all miss me or something. I missed streaming as well. I don't know what we're doing today, honestly. But I'm here. I figured I don't know if I'm technically back from my break, you know what I mean? I gotta figure out what the rest of my week's gonna look like, but yeah. I mean, you know, your resolutions. That could be a good thing to figure out today. Ads are over. I'm just gonna show you my face, where you can see my beard. Full camera. I'm short. There we go. Hello. Why do I not? I'm like looking at the wrong screen. I'm like craning my neck for no reason. I can just put chat here. There we go. Beautiful. Hello. I have a beard. I don't know if it looks, I don't know. I feel like it doesn't look that much different, but it's definitely longer. Anyway. Just came back from being with my friend. We went out at 10 a.m. and just came back at 10 p.m. Heck yeah. Ooh. Unleash the bald. My head is freshly shaven. That's crazy. It's good. It's a good time to good What am I trying to say? It's always nice hanging out with friends for an extended period of time. Hello, most epic sauce. I don't know if I said hi, Fig, but hello. I know I read what you said, but I don't think I actually said hi. So, hello. What time is it for y'all right now? It's 1 p.m. I was gonna say I figured some of you might have you know, New Year's by the time I'm done, but maybe not quite. I feel like I have to go to like, for what, like 5 more hours? 6 more hours? It's 8 p.m. for me. Oh, 4 more hours. Wait, Kariko had sushi. Yeah, nice, nice. Yummy chocolate chip cookies and boba we yapped in public transport for hours. Heck yeah. It's a good time. I've never done karaoke. I feel like I would be too nervous to do it, but I don't know. I probably could. I feel like with the right people, I could. I couldn't just do it randomly. It was our first time. Yeah, I feel like if you're with like friends who and you don't like, if it's the right people, I feel like you could do it, but the woman lied to us. It was in fact not soundproof. Womp womp. Honestly, I almost wouldn't care if people heard me from in like a sound, quote unquote, soundproof room. If like people did hear you, I wouldn't care about like random people hearing me. I feel like I'd be more worried about embarrassing myself in front of my friends so that they would make fun of me, you know? But I don't think my friends would make fun. I don't know. It's weird. It's always is with the right people, huh? Very relatable though. Yeah. In 4 hours, I'll tell you if 2026 sucks so that you can stay in 2025. Good. Okay. Good to know. 5 for you. Yeah, I was going to say it's like 4 or 5 hours for you guys. I figured maybe we do a long stream until then, but it depends on what my plans end up being, because I know I'm going to be doing dinner with my family, so that's probably in about 5 hours, but yeah. Grot, we may be able to say Happy New Year to Grot, but maybe not to Tebow. We'll see. Again, I don't even know what we're doing today. I feel like we probably are just going to end up doing Army's art because we have 2 more cards to get through. But I'm not 100% certain. That also means that you won't be staying very long because, you know, New Year's thing. I don't know what that means. Oh, I'm not saying for the full stream anyway, huh? Yeah, I figured y'all are probably have your own. Oh, I read that wrong. Yeah, that I won't. Yeah. Y'all are doing New Year's stuff, I'm sure. Yeah, which is what Grot was saying. Now I understand. Oh yeah, we were only 3 people. Two of my friends still traveling, and the other one, why does it keep moving? With families that get what you mean by specific group of people. Yeah. Ooh, well, you figure out I'm gonna post my character in the corridor. Ooh, I think we're all excited. Yeah, I gotta go. We have cake and watching YouTube together for New Year's. Nice. I'll be back. Okay. Cool. I'm doing old year stuff. There you go. You can do old year stuff only until the year ends. And then once that happens, you can do New Year stuff. Yo, Anonymous, what's up, dude? Okay, really gotta go. Okay, goodbye, Yui. Goodbye. Yeah, we'll see how long we go for, but Tebow's throwing little eyeballs in there. The whole gang's here. It's true. Almost. Good, man. I hope the playtests were good. Yeah, honestly, yeah, they went great. It's gonna be hard to judge everyone, but here we are. And yeah, thank you, Anonymous, for showing up and doing some of those playtests with us, because that was very helpful. Appreciate it. Beats, by the way, when are you judging? The judging is going to be announced. It's a good question. I don't want to rush it per se, but probably, I would say this weekend, I'll probably just announce it. I think is what I'm going to do, but I got to gather my thoughts a little more. But I think both games I played were great. Yeah, honestly, everyone did a really good job. It's also a little hard because, like, I see the potential in all the games too, which I feel like you can't, like, you can grade a little bit on potential, but I feel like you shouldn't fully grade on it. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it's more fair if you judge the game how it is than rather what it could be. Tuna, woo! So we'll have to see. I mean, potential I think is something I can grade on, but at the same time, like, I feel like if your game is more refined, then it probably should have more points, but I don't know. Here we are. Anyway. Potential could be a tiebreaker, yeah. What up, Tuna? Yeah, we're currently just yapping. I don't know what we're doing fully today, but Fig said New Year's resolutions. That could be a good thing to do. Could be fun. But also, holy, what the heckin' frickin' what? Fig, holy shpoop. All right, hold on. I was not expecting the pose, especially after you had, did you read Han? We're gonna have to assess here. Fig, you're really killing it. Did you repose the, I guess not. You couldn't have fully, at least. I was wondering if you repose the character with the, like with, you definitely didn't though. Do you redraw the whole thing? I left my comfort zone with this one. Well, you nailed it. Here, we're gonna show everyone. Assuming you're okay with it, but I would assume you're okay, seeing as, you know, you shared it. I redrew the whole thing. Yeah, well, honestly, it's really helpful to have the reference to do that, though. Look at Fig's art. Here, let's just do the art display so it's a little more zoomed in. Look at that. Look at this. What the heckin', huh? Fig. I thought about it. I still don't know who I'd vote for. Like, every game beats all the others in different categories. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to judge. Well, I think Tuna has seen the most of them. I don't know how to use what I already have. Well, I mean, no. Well, yeah, it'd be really difficult to reuse what you had without, like, you know, reposing it. But I think, or like just complete, like redoing the perspective doesn't work, right? But yeah, no, I mean, what I kind of meant though is like having the original reference allows you to kind of, what am I trying to say? Having the original reference allows you to make this better, right? So I think you did good. Fig, make a game or comic or something. I need more. I agree. She's a really cool character. I like her. Drawing humans is hard, yo. It really is, dude. I'm telling you. Yeah, you killed it. You did good. Good work, Fig. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what else to say, but you did a good job. We're inspecting. Zoom in, enhance. No, you did the anatomy very well. Thanks guys. I have her companion beast because obviously, of course, and the male protagonist in progress. Nice. I know I said it like progress. Check out my streak, yo. Tuna's streaking. Gross. Just kidding. 25 stream streak. Nice, dude. Oh, sheesh. Yeah, for sure. Haven't, Tuna, that's not safe for work, Twig Chess. I know, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, for sure. I still haven't learned the secret art of drawing humans. Practice, practice, practice. Took your advice, by the way, and changed the pink to a more dull, and I agree it looks better. Yeah, it definitely brings your attention more to her face. But you also have kind of leading lines a little bit here as well, right? Like the fact that you like the magic kind of curls around to point to her face, you know, which is also good posing, you know. So that's good whatever. Same with her cape, you know. Some good leading lines to point all toward her face. Laughing my appendix off. There you go. I don't recommend that. I've had to get my appendix removed before. Yeah, I like the pose too. It's really cool. I am excited to see what you do with this. When do you get your appy taken out, like in college? What are we doing today with this special? Great question. I don't know. We're looking at Fig's art, which is the first special event. Good work, Fig. I like it. If you want critiques, let me know, but I think you did good, and there's not really much to say. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of just felt like streaming. I think resolution idea is cool. Yeah, I think we could talk about that a bit. He loves to see you guys. Yeah, I kind of just missed streaming a little bit and felt like it'd be fun to...
Fig, this looks epic, also funny robot voice go
It's true. It does look epic. You did good. You killed it, Fig, as always. Anyway, I do have a document I started of accomplishments, which I thought was cool. Let me see if I wrote stuff that was fine to share with the class. I don't know why that wouldn't be, but I don't know if any of my resolutions were like, I did this, and then it's like, oh, that's where I live or something. There's my address. Yeah, okay. Normally I'd stay longer, but I really got to go. New Year's shenanigans. Yeah, I figured you all would have stuff like that. Bye, Tebow. Goodbye. Happy New Year. BB, aka bye bye. I guess it would just be bye bye. Yeah. Anyway, here we are. See you. Have fun. Random fun fact. In case anyone didn't know, they're already. But Taco Bell Cinnamon Twist are literally rotini pasta thrown to a deep fryer till it expands. It gets tossed in cinnamon sugar. Interesting. Already did my stuff. Nice, nice. Yeah, I got some stuff later, but I don't know if like I'm actually staying up till midnight kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah, I wrote down my accomplishments, but I haven't done like a resolution yet. We made 5 long form videos, which feels less. Technically it's 6 now because I posted the 1, but I don't know if I'd really count that, but 3 collaboration videos. 2 are the Blackthorn Prod ones, 1 with Sabrina of the thing behind me, that thing, the little landscape video. Meow meow. I was gonna say, is my cat around here? So I'm here all the way, deal. But that's crazy, Fig. I didn't know that. 27 shorts, which is a lot. I made 3 shorts for another creator, which I don't know if you guys knew, but did some for Hellfire if you've seen him. I think we rated him a few times. Did we rate him? I don't know if we've rated him yet. He usually streams really late though, so but he's been in here a few times as well. Streamed 133 streams, a total 490 hours. I don't know if that's accurate anymore. It's more than that now, but holy dang, right? Became affiliate. I missed that one. I made an animation for another creator. That was French Fry, aka Toot. He said, have you seen Has Been Hotel Season 2 yet? I have not. I don't have a legal way of streaming it, so I may have to I may have to Yahar, you know? I know a lot of people who don't agree, but season 2 is way better than season 1. Interesting. Except the ending success. Merp. Here we are. Sometimes it do be that way. We did 5 separate collaborative streams. I don't know if that might be 6 now. I think that's 6 now because we did the one with Nova as well. Should we see our Twitch statistics? I'm kind of curious now. If we look at our overview, I don't know how far back we have to go. I guess to the beginning of the year, huh? Like, how far back do we have to go to figure out how we did last year, or this whole year? 169 fouls, nice. $411. That's actually not that bad. Just don't divide it by the number of by the hours. It doesn't look very good as far as business goes. Don't make sorry. I actually love the end, but I'm a theater kid, and it was very theater kid ending. Interesting. I love Fallout Boy. Fallout Boy is in there. Don't make me write out all the lyrics to the song. I know them from memory. Graz's best song of season 2. Nice. So Beats, what are your creative priorities next year between being a board game dev, streamer, and YouTuber? Yeah, I think that's what we do need to talk about. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we did a lot this year. So let's look at goals. Because I think that's a good question. Oops, I just pasted Fig's art in here. I was like, Control B, and I hit Control V, and I just pasted Fig's art. Our goal is to do Fig's art. Just steal it. Blatantly plagiarize. Sorry, Beats, we're geeking out at Has-Been Hotel. You're fine. You're allowed. You're allowed to geek out as much as you'd like. Which aspects do you want to focus on the most? It's kind of hard to say, because arguably I think I enjoy streaming the most and working on the game the most as far as like what is most enjoyable, but I also don't think that is the most the best course of action. I don't think streaming every hour all the time. I'm just going to change this to just chatting. Speaking of oh, I closed Twitch. Overall, I thought season 1 songs were way better, except for a handful. Season 2 went hard. Season 2 story was better too. Interesting. Well, now I know. What was I doing? There's a reason I went to Twitch, or I needed... Hello, not staying long, but I wanted to say hi. Hello, DDP. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Yeah, I figure people probably have New Year's stuff, but if not, we're here anyway, you know? I forgot my hat is way whatever. Why did I go to Twitch? There was something I wanted to do. I don't remember. Okay, I'm not gonna read any of that because I haven't seen it. I was gonna say I'm gonna pitch a new ending. I'm like, no, I'm not reading it. Grot's just trying to spoil everything. Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, goals. Okay, so yeah, I don't think streaming is necessarily. I guess we have 3 separate categories, right? Streaming. We have videos. We have the game. Oh, video's wrong. All right. Just can't read my own chat right now. Well, if anyone wants to see Has-Been Hotel season 2, let me know if I need to just delete all of Grot's comments. Can't breathe. Vision's getting blurry now. Avert your eyes. This is my chat. This is my stream. Sir? I'm gonna time you out. My inner 13-year-old was so happy. Oh, you guys are okay. Yeah, Tuna, don't look. Here. Grot. Your messages are getting deleted. Say goodbye. Ooh, I almost banned Grot. No spoilers, Grot. Bad Grot. Beats, now your chat, it's not your chat anymore. I'm just me and Fig geeking out about Has-Been Hotel. Or is it, Grot? Deleted comment. Get dunked on, nerd. What are you gonna do about it, Grot? My eyes are too curious. Ban anyone who likes that show. Anonymous has opinions. Anyway, don't swear, Fig. Those are fighting words. Anyway, goals for streaming. More events. This includes collabs and I think chat does D&D. We are also doing a new schedule, which is something we need to talk about, but I haven't fully... Twitch told me that's not safe for work. What is not safe for work? Grot just got blown blown up, rip. RIP Grot. Yes, I want chat does D&D. Yeah, I think we're doing more of that. Which beats do guppy voice now. I don't know if you deserve it, Grot. You're blowing up the chat. I had to nuke you from orbit. Grot, HH, or do you watch Hello Boss? Because freaking love Hello Boss. Wait, what's the guppy voice? Fig wasn't here for the first chat does D&D. The guppy voice. Hi, I'm Guppy. I'm a fish. This is about it. I'm a powerful wizard. There you go. There's Guppy. Dude, I named my truck Blitz and my dog Moxie. There you go. Yeah, Gup. Delete all the goals. All right. Now what? Just write Guppy. Okay. Nope. Okay, now what? I haven't watched Hello Boss. I watched the first half of the pilot at some point. That's it. Yeah, I would recommend it. It's definitely like a little more darker, but if you like Has Been, you'd probably like it. Darker is kind of like not even really, I don't know. That's the whole goal for 2026. Okay, anyway, this is more unhinged. Yeah. Videos, I don't know, man. Like, I think continuing doing what I'm doing is probably fine, is probably the right thing. I know doing more, like, I guess, like, keep doing what I'm doing, question mark. But we also probably want to do like stream recap stuff. This is kind of more brainstorming what I'm doing, because honestly, I think this is like the biggest struggle for me right now is knowing what the heck I am doing. Because I you know, I've been taking the last few days off, you know, right? I've been doing pretty much nothing, which I think is helpful a bit, but it also does make me think that it's not really me being burnt out and me just being overwhelmed and unsure what to do with the future, right? What like sort of content I should be making. It's like, it feels like decision paralysis, you know what I mean? I think an outline before stream starts could be a good idea. What do you mean, like know what I'm doing before I start streaming? Stay streamlined, get goals done, like an agenda. You mean before I start a stream, is what you're trying to say? Okay, let's discuss the YouTube side first, because it's the best / most likely way to grow. True. Real quick though, for game, there's finish AAE, which would basically entail god decks and old god decks. And that's it. And then probably also finish Light of Black Ridge and start TTRPG stream game. Like chat, like I can't talk. Like chat does D&D.
Beats, have you heard about our Lord and Savior, an RPG called Kane, which also happens to be my newest obsession? Tuna knows about it after I blew up the role-playing game channel ranting about it.
I did see that you were ranting about it. I didn't actually read it. So I really don't know anything about it. I'll probably have to go back and read it, but I kind of been somewhat off the Discord a little bit because I've been just trying to like reset my brain. But yeah, I'll have to look into it. I know nothing about it. Sure, let's talk about videos first, right? I can keep doing what I'm doing. It's hard to keep doing what I'm doing. I think if I was more like the biggest thing holding me back, I think, with my videos is myself. If I'm being completely honest, I think it's all in my head. I think like feeling burnt out and not having energy, I think is pretty much all me just being like, I have to make every single decision. And that's kind of hard, you know? Because I'm having a hard time even doing like stream recap stuff because I started trying to do it and that was kind of getting difficult. And I stumbled across RPG now I'm obsessed with, and I'm trying my hand at DMing a one shot at some point. Nice. Heck yeah. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I don't know literally anything about it. There's so many RPG systems out there, but do you guys hear when I'm spinning this thing? I guess you probably can, especially when it's that close to the mic. My suggestion for how we go about talking about this is let's get everything down to a basics, right? Exactly what genre and goals the videos are. Beats gives off massive Chainsaw Man vibes. I haven't actually seen Chainsaw Man, but I can understand. It does sound like a chainsaw. It gives off. That makes more sense. Like I do? It does. Yeah. I mean, I think probably I don't know, man. It's really hard to, it's like really hard to like fully specifically say what I'm going to be doing. I think ideally like the ones that have done the best are more like the video. The problem is every time I try to figure out like what is the right thing to do, I then am wrong. You know, it's like, okay, I've got it, this is it, and then I make a video and it's like, okay, this is like mediocre. Maybe it's not true. Maybe I kind of have figured it out. I don't know. It's really hard to know when you figured out YouTube, you know. I think the video essay stuff though, like hybrid videos are best, like the health one and the stat system and the yes and one. Like those videos are my best performing videos, and they all sort of have a theme to them where they're talking about mechanics of a game or like something more broad, and then they're more broad, but they use my games as an example to talk about stuff, right? It draws people in with a more broad topic, and then I talk about my game to sort of show my, not expertise, but you know what I mean, right? It's like a combination of Chainsaw Man, SCP, Project Moon. I don't know what PM is about, but oh well. Oh, Project Moon. Yeah, I don't know. I don't either. Makes sense to me. This year you had a video essay sort of video with storing games that broke off from the mold. Yeah, that one was, I think, I wouldn't even say it's too video essay-y, but it didn't do as well, right? If you were to do more stuff like that, what would you want the content to achieve? I feel like that one was good, thought provoker. I agree. I think it needed to be probably funnier. Maybe. It's hard to tell because like that one just didn't get enough views for me to like say whether it could do well or not, you know? I think it was breaking away. It was a little more like sentimental and broke away from like the original format of it from these other ones, right? And it didn't perform as well. So it's like, I don't know. It's hard to say whether that's because of the content or because, you know, thumbnail or what, you know? I mean, you should do a video about something more mainstream. Yeah. To draw more attention to your channel, something about like a popular game or something. Yeah, that probably is something I should try. It's like how Hollow Knight is like whatever, blah, 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 right? It's like the classic like video about Hollow Knight. It could be it's definitely an option. So yeah, I am unsure. It's hard to know where to go, you know? I think the problem is I just need to do it and stop worrying about it. So yeah, stream recap stuff I think is going to play into the whole chat does D&D and like making a TTRPG system that works with streaming. See, the problem with playing Dispatch and making a best moment video is like everyone's doing that, right? Like, who cares about me? That's sounds like I'm like, oh, whatever, but but like, what makes my perspective of Dispatch any better than like people who are already in that category? Don't get me wrong, I'm gonna play Dispatch and we're gonna do something with it, but I don't think I specifically am doing it. Like, playing Dispatch isn't gonna do anything for me. Like, it's like zero niche, right? Like, it's like I'm playing a game that everyone is playing right now. Like, that would be how I feel about that. It's not different from what anyone else is doing, which gives it like no power for people, like staying power. It can't hurt to try in a sense, but it can because it takes time, right? It's like, how much time do I waste on like editing a video? Because like that's 7 hours of content. How do you cut that down into like 20 minutes, right? Like, it's a lot. Unless you just like literally do it like small sections of each thing. But like, that feels weird to go on my channel as well, you know? My friend with Vile wants due to Squid Game generic meme. She made in high of Squid Game, and since then she had a couple hundred more consistent consumers at her regular post. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. Like, I agree. I don't know. I think part of it is I don't want to be a gamer streamer. Like, it's not a bad idea, but I also don't care to do that, if that makes sense. I got distracted because I was okay. You're talking about more whatever. Actually, its loyal communities love to see anyone trying the thing they love for the first time. The problem is like, I don't need to appeal. Like, okay, this sounds weird. I don't need to like. We don't need to do more stuff for you guys, if that makes sense. It sounds wrong, like bad, but like yeah, you guys would enjoy it, but would other new people enjoy it is the question. Which again, it sounds like mean, right? It's like obviously I care what you guys think, but I also don't necessarily think it's helpful for growth, and that's like the most important thing if we are going to keep doing this, you know. Hopefully I'm not sounding too stern right now, but I'm I don't know, maybe I'm feeling too opinionated about it. Maybe I need to open my brain more. But JoJo reaction videos always get tens of thousands of views because JoJo fans love seeing react to JoJo stuff for the first time. Yeah, but like, I don't know, maybe I'm worried too much about brand, but like that feels weird here. Does that make sense? Here's the thing. You can do a one-off thing that draws a lot of views, and statistically some would also be into your normal content, but haven't seen it till now. That's true. But also might be a timing thing. But I watched like 6 different reaction series with Amazing Digital Circus. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But I'm very like, I don't, that again, like I think probably the bigger thing isn't necessarily like, I just don't know if that's what I want, right? But maybe I have to like do other stuff. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say. The most important thing is how you frame your reaction. Like if the title's like playing Dispatch for the first time, it's not going to hit as hard as board game dev tries Dispatch for the first time. To market your unique perspective, right? Actually got annoyed because I couldn't find people watching react to it. Yeah. Only reaction vids I've seen are Danny Moda's. I don't know what that is. But yeah, Brain's getting nuts trying to pick the episode apart. Interesting. These basically you should just stream. They should do Digital Circus with you. Maybe. Mentioned OPOP. Neuron activation. I think I don't want to be like a React content guy though, you know? I think if I'm doing something, I want it to be creative because that's why I'm here. Like I don't want to just like watch videos. I don't mind like special events. Like we are going to play Dispatch at some point, but is that like the content I want to just be like pumping out? No, you know, like that is like, which is part of the reason I'm going to be changing my stream schedule. I believe I'm going to do Tuesday, Thursday, and then probably Sunday. I'm not 100% certain on that. And then we'll probably do special events on Sunday. I need your reaction to the Amazing Digital Circus. I get that. I personally don't like watching shows. I don't know, I could. I feel like it would ruin my experience with a show though, personally. Because then I have to like, I don't think I would, yeah, I don't know. I think reacting to a show, that's why kind of like part of me wants to just play Dispatch on my own. I'm not going to, but like I feel like I would enjoy it much more if I watched it by myself or played it by myself. That's why stuff like Dispatch is a special. The thing is you can have specials for you to do, and then specials to allow you to attract new audiences. Yeah. And I get that, like, a lot of that stuff's going to be more like, it's really hard to find that niche, the niche, right? Because it's like, technically you want to be doing stuff that is popular, but you also have to have a unique perspective on it. Like Tuna was saying, right? But I don't know. Tuna says some of the stuff can be for funsies with us, and you could do more to grab peeps. Some more to grab peeps' attention. But the question is which, right? Is Dispatch a good thing to play on stream, or is it something that will grab people's attention? So they can't be both. I mean, true. But like, statistically speaking, like, focus on your main goal. If it doesn't help the main goal, ditch it. I mean, I think the main goal is growth, right? But like, to what end, right? Because like, if I end up starting playing games on stream and I'm just gaming, like, which I'm not really a gamer, but sure, let's say I get popular on gaming, what does that do for me, you know? Then I'm doing games and I'm not doing, I start doing like art streams and everyone drops off. Like, even within my own stuff, like when we're working on stuff or talking and whatever, we usually have like, 7 to 10 viewers, something like that. But whenever we do like a play test of a board game, we drop to like 3. Like, people don't, like, some people watch it, but like no one's talking because I'm not talking to you. And like, I just don't particularly, I don't know. I have like feelings about it and I'm not sure. I don't know. I gotta think about that for a second. Watching shows on stream is IMO because they're way less interactive. Trust me when I say Dispatch is a very unique case with synergizes extremely well with streaming. Yeah. I mean, sure it does. But, and I'm gonna do it. I just don't know if playtests are iffy. If it's not heavily edited because it's pretty boring. Yeah, playing board games is boring, which is kind of why I like the idea of doing the D&D stuff and making a game system that we can play on stream, because like having a specific TTRPG system for chat, I think is kind of cool. You could do like what Tobuscus did with playthroughs. I don't remember what he did with playthroughs. I know he did music, but I'm the only one that tells lies. I'm lost. Dude, you ruined it. What did I don't even know what's happening. Oh no, that was everything. It's ignored us. I'm ignoring your talk about stuff I haven't seen. I don't know. My whole life savings, dude. What is happening? Do you redeem something? I don't know. You'll have to re-say it. Do you see the one who voiced that one? Oh, playing board games is less interesting for the audience, which is why content creators do that mostly. For simpler games that rely on interactions with each other, make the content interesting. It's hard for watchers to follow what's happening in a board game playtest. Exactly. Yeah. No, 100%. I completely agree with that. Yui, welcome back. Hello. Yeah, that's why. This is why I'm not reading your things, is because I don't understand them, and I won't remember this random quote you said that I. Anyway, never mind. Yes, the guy from Smiling Friends, right? I don't know what you guys are talking about anymore. He's ignoring us. We're just referencing lines. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Oh God, I just got here after you said that. Yeah, they're talking. They've been yapping. I had to delete Grot's messages because he was spoiling stuff. Bad Grot. Watch Amazing Digital Circus. There you go. There's another one. Beats, your chat is being taken over. You can't take me over. No, don't spoil for Beats. Grot, if you're interested about a charity stream where it played through D&D as a fast food simulator. Interesting. Beats, you could do that for a charity stream. Oh, and a fast food simulator. Yeah, I mean, is the charity me because I need money? I don't think we have enough to do a charity stream. We could, but I also don't have enough to do a charity stream. But yeah, yeah, it's not like I definitely, I'll probably watch the show. I just haven't gotten to it. Probably should do that. I'm like out of shows to watch. It's probably a good thing to finally check out. But yeah, long and short of it, I don't know. That's why I kind of like, actually, I think you showed up. Your first stream was the D&D one, right? That's the first time you showed up here, I think. I can't remember if you showed up for the character creation or if that was if you were watching Chirpy in the raid. I can't remember what happened. But yeah, I honestly think like the cool part about Chat Does D&D is like it's probably the most interactive you could be in a stream while we're still doing something creative. But yeah. Y'all are crazy. I like how Fig is like, you know what you should do? You should do goals, and then just go soft talking about talking about shows. I find that funny. We could be drawing instead of having a discussion. Anyway, I think the biggest goal over everything, make money. But how does this do that? I don't know. I'm not gonna read these because I feel like these are even more spoilers. All right, no more spoilers. Stop. No saying any lines. You're all fired. Chet's D&D was incredible, and longer it goes on, the better it gets. Yeah. I think doing that would be cool. We make a game specifically built around it. We make it so if we have can confirm or no spoilers, or just silly lines. I feel like silly lines can be spoilers though, because like, oh, now I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I think we're gonna do more of that. Because I think that is like one of the best things to be turned into what am I trying to say? Best thing to turn into like stream recap videos, because it's like we're literally telling a story, and I think it would be nice to do that. We just have to, I think, refine the format so it's like, guys, please move spoilers to Discord. Yeah, just throwing flash grenades at us. Yeah, honestly, if you guys can move the conversation about that to Discord, that would be cool. Especially because it's kind of just off topic. I don't mind it being off topic, but if we're discussing some other stuff, we may as well be doing like art or something, rather than like the whatever, you know. If we're like working on art, we can be talking about whatever. I don't mind, but yeah. Okay, I'll stop. No, it's fine. It's just, yeah, if you like, I don't mind that you talk about it. Just either let's be on topic, or let's do something that we're not whatever I'm trying to say. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Either, yeah, we work on I want to come back to this when I finish it. Come back to what when you finish it? I mean, we can keep working on this, but like I said, if we're going to talk about like unrelated stuff, let's at least be like drawing or something. Yeah, you have not seen all of it yet. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys want to like go into like general chat or whatever, go for it, but anywho's. Yeah, I mean, I think that's really it. I don't know like how to go about this really. I think I should just try some recap stream stuff. I do have some like, you know, AAE playtests, or we have like the tier list stream and that kind of stuff. I don't know how good those are as videos, but I think it could be something that would be maybe worth doing, right? Dislike musicals, but has-been is but legit won me over so much. Yeah, I like musicals, honestly. It depends on the musical, but like Greatest Showman was really good. You know? I don't mind like Disney movies. You know? We're gonna head and add in a minute, so we'll probably run that in a sec. I don't know if I have anything else to say about this. Like, these are my goals, but I don't know like how to like make these meaningful and like actually relate to the biggest thing, which is make money. Because, you know, technically we've made whatever $400 on streaming, but it's, how do you feel about collaborative projects currently? For example, the game you want to make with us as a community. That would probably be more event things. I did have two ideas with that. There was one where it was just like a one-time event where we like make a game in a day kind of deal, or in a stream where we just kind of everyone throws resources at me and we kind of compile something together. And then there's the other idea where we do like we hop between like a collaborative stream with a creator, and I believe it would still work kind of the same way where everyone kind of gives resources and stuff, but it's mostly the other creators' input when we talk about game design, or they do art for the game or whatever. So that one I think would be interesting. I think we should do that. I've kind of been waiting for the end of the year. I also need someone good to start it with. Because I need someone who understands streaming and game design and board games, which honestly sounds like Anonymous. But yeah. Tebow is a must-have for music specifically, but it's like, I mean, that would be cool, but it's also a board game. I mean, we could have music in a board game, right? But it's like, here's the theme song to this. But anyway, we're in an ad. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Hey, I'm Beats. Physics is a tricky theme to adapt to a board game. However, to tackle it, I decided to make gravity one of the main sources of movement. At first, I thought of a Tetris-style approach where everything moves downward, but I thought that was kind of dull, so I brainstormed a bit and came up with a space concept. I could use planets and other celestial bodies to manipulate gravity in different directions. That led me to my first major card type, celestial bodies, consisting of planets, moons, asteroids, stars, and black holes. Each one has its own mass, which determines how hard it pulls things, and a directional arrow that tells you which way it pulls. They also have an energy value, which players can use to convert into power. I chose a square format so that they could be used as tiles on the board, and then digitally painted a celestial body for each of them. Up next are player cards, which I called ship components. Not sure it's really fitting anymore, but that's what I called them. They come in 4 flavors. Effectors, which did things like reduce mass or change the direction of gravity. Creators, which spawn additional celestial bodies onto the map. Propulsion systems, which give you extra movement options. And power systems, which grant you power that you can spend on more movement, or the other card types, provided you have enough. To match the sci-fi look, I decided to give these cards a hologram HUD sort of design. I'll admit I borrowed some elements from one of my other projects. Despite that, I highly recommend self-plagiarism. It may seem like cheating, but it's no different than downloading assets, and this way you can have a unique visual identity across all your games. And with that, this is Stellar Shift. At the start, players place their ships and a few celestial bodies on the map. After that is player phase, where players use ship components to move across the board and manipulate celestial bodies. And then comes the shift phase. During shift phase, each celestial body activates, one at a time from left to right, top to bottom, pulling ships based on its mass and direction. If you get pulled into a celestial body, you lose the game. After that comes the next phase, where each player will place a new celestial body somewhere on the board. The cycle then repeats until there's just one pilot left standing. Or flying, I guess. Overall, I think it turned out all right. The games are usually extremely quick, lasting 2 to 3 rounds, which is maybe a little bit too fast, but kind of a refreshing pace compared to my other games, which can last hours. And this game would also be best to be played with a chess clock or something like that to keep it from getting too tedious. If you enjoyed my part of this video, check out my YouTube channel, where I talk board games, card games, tabletop RPGs, and game design as a whole. I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game into a fully fledged deck builder. That's right, a role-playing game like Dungeons & Dragons, but with the deck-building mechanics of something like Slay the Spire. Not only that, but doing so solved a bunch of problems generally experienced in many tabletop RPGs. Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is my sci-fi role-playing game called Soul. Now you might be saying, Nathaniel, you're just making this game into a deck builder because it's popular right now. I've
To
returned.
that, I say, you're right. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hoping that
Okay.
game genre.
Um,
But even though that is true, that's not really the reason I decided to make.
I think a board game theme would make sense, since you could play a video relating to it, and it's easier to promote things with music. For example, Path Nowhere. It's my favorite gotcha games, and whenever I share it, I share some of the music. Yeah, for sure. I think Yeah, I mean, like, I'd like to have like a theme for armies and a theme for Blight of Blackridge and stuff like that. I think that'd be cool. And then, you know, obviously if we're doing like, you know, something bigger, it'd be cool. The question is how to make money in general is something I can't give advice on since I'm flat broke. If I had the answer, I'd be unstoppable. There you go. Cool. I'm always down to help. I too need to start doing more streams and collab stuff. Yeah, I think it would be a cool thing to do. I think it's a cool project. I think the problem is like, I don't know who to start it with. Like once we get it, like a base for the like, because the idea, let me pull it up again. I honestly don't know where I saved it. I know you guys probably have seen me frickin' talk about it more than once. Let's pull it up anyway, because it is one of the things we need to do at some point. Heck, oh, because I was already in the right folder. Okay. So yeah, I mean, the idea is a collaborative challenge where a guest, you and a co-developer, where a guest content creator co-develop a card game over the course of a 3-hour or longer with myself, Beats. Once the game is over, we take the game to another creator where we expand upon the game. The cycle repeats until the game is done. My biggest problem with starting this is that I am afraid of making the base of a game where it's going to be difficult for other creators to get into it. Like, I feel like it has to be approached from a certain perspective, you know? Does that make sense? I actually got into Guilty Gear because of the music. I never got into Guilty Gear, but I can tell you for a fact that one of the songs was on like on one of my playlists because it goes freaking hard. The that one. That was like a childhood staple song. That one's rad. Can't remember what it was called, but having different people do different things, like one mechanics, one helps with theme, one helps with art. Yeah, so that's kind of the idea. So like we do a bunch of different streams, but I think you would need like a base probably to get some people into it. It's like I think we would go like, the idea was start a game. You have like, and probably you'd want it to be like a card game so people can do card art and have like individual cards and stuff like that, and like provide art and all that kind of stuff. I think it would be cool to like just have a good base to a game where it's like each person can kind of provide to the game, you know? I think a collaborative project should be kickstarted collaboratively. So a brainstorming session so we get invested would be important. Yeah. I mean, it would start with just one person, right? The idea is we'd have one person start this collab. We make the base game. We go to another person. They add to the game, whether it's mechanics or art or whatever, right? And then we go to the next person. So this is like 3-hour, like, you know, one stream length where we work on the game. We just keep going until we have like a full game with a bunch of like random cool art and, you know, all that kind of stuff would be the idea. Grot sharing some lasagna in the chat. Can we get a lasagna in the chat? But yeah, this is something I want to do. I just honestly have been having a hard time knowing how it's going to go when we start it. Does that make sense? Random Grot board game recommendation of the day. Mission Red Planet. Very cool board game. Interesting. Okay. I'll have to check it out. I need to play more board games. Honestly, it's kind of hard for me too, because we don't have, like, I don't have a ton of people who like playing board games near me, like physically. We could do more like tabletop simulator stuff, but maybe we do that. I don't know. I already feel like I'm so busy, you know? I've got so much going on. I don't want to be on my computer more than I have to. I think it's on TTS too. I'm pretty sure every board game is on TTS. If it's not, it's kind of surprising, you know? But yeah, I think this idea is kind of cool, right? So as a participant, you can, in this collaboration, you can add, create, contribute any art, rules, mechanics, cards, game pieces, etc. to the game, change or alter any of the above previous creators to make the game better experience. Just keep in mind to be respectful of the previous creator and future contributions. May encourage the stream, or you are encouraged to stream on your own channel if applicable as well. Well, my goal is to my goal is to let you creatively shine. I will be participating, ideally to assist you in bringing whatever ideas you have to life, whether it is helping you brainstorming, workshopping ideas, or making art or mechanics for your contributions. I will also be responsible for providing information regarding previous contributors, along with tracking the record of all additions for future contributors. Community participation, so like chat would also be able to be part of it. With this collaboration, also like our communities participate as well. They can do this by going to Discord and contributing anything they have, art, mechanics, etc. during the course of the stream, and allowing us to use those assets in game. This collaboration can take place at any time or date you desire, generally free, blah 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 blah. So like that's the idea, you know. It's like past the board game challenge, kinda, yeah, except I'm also there. So it's like me and whoever is also part of it, you know? There we go, it is, there you go. I'll click on it. Don't be a virus, okay. Oh, it's scripted even, nice. I've seen the box art before. Never played it, but I think the special streams will be game challenges. Don't think they should be nailed down in the schedule though. If Saturday was a special stream day, it wouldn't have, I mean, every Saturday has to be a special stream. I agree. I honestly, especially with this, like this would work around whoever else's schedule, right? Like collab streams are going to be off schedule generally, I would say. Also, I just realized, since Dispatch was made in collaboration with Critical Role, your perspective as Dungeon Master also relevant. Yeah, I guess that's true. Is it just the cast of Critical Role in it? I don't actually know. Gotta go for a bit, gotta eat some lasagna. Heck yeah, I saw it in the food channel. Looked yummy. Have some good eats, sir. But yeah, I think that would be cool. This is definitely something I want to do. I called it Deck Built. That was my current working title. But yeah, it's basically past the game challenge, but a board game. But the nice part about that is we could do it with anyone even. I'd love to work on that. Yeah, I think it'd be cool because then everyone can contribute, right? So I think those are the kind of things. I do like collabs. I feel like part of them, like some of them are cool and some of them, okay, let me rephrase. I have enjoyed every collab that I've done. I don't know how good they are necessarily for like growth. I think they're good in the sense that like we get to share our communities and that's cool. a lot of the time so far, they have been pretty off what we normally do, with the exception of playtests, which still kind of feels like I'm ignoring you guys. Probably do art or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Right, so it's kind of interesting. I'm green with envy. So it's kind of interesting. Obviously, I've had fun with every collab that I've done, and I like doing them. But at the same time, like, it'd be cool to do more collabs that kind of feel like we're still doing what we're doing, but talking with people. Like when me and Checkers were doing the doing the tier list, I thought we talked with you guys a good amount. It maybe fell off a little bit when we were trying to like rush to get to the end because we were doing, it took forever. Me and Toot were pretty good when we did our collab, just because Toot knows how the stream like runs, right? He knows how much we interact with chat. So like that kind of, I think, felt a little better. The argument against collabs is they don't help growth, because with small streamers, communities are more dedicated fans, so we don't have time for multiple small streamers. I don't know if that's true. Like, I'm trying to decide if I agree with that. At the same time, I love seeing you interact with other creators or just people in general, but I don't know how much that applies to general audience. I think, see, honestly, for me, it's like, for larger streamers, I prefer the collabs over like people just like people playing their own games, right? Because then you actually get to see them like interacting with people. Whereas like when the chat is just like constantly moving, there's like 10,000 people in the chat. It's like, I don't find that as interesting when it's just them talking, you know? Okay, gotta go now. Bye, bye. Have good lasagna. Goodbye. So I think the benefit of a small streamer is the interaction that they have with their chat, right? Because like I can read every single comment if I want to, right? So I think that is the benefit of a small stream, and the negative of doing collaborations is I don't get to talk to you guys as much, right? Which may feel like a negative for you, may not. I don't know. You might just appreciate the you know, different content, whatever, right? But for me, I find audience interaction extremely important, because I feel like it's like the reason people come to like small streams. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe sometimes people just want to watch me play games or whatever, right? I guess we can say like just like special streams where we do something like dispatch. I think playing Inscription would be good. Is that how you spell it? It's like a Y instead of an I, right? Inscription would be a good one to do. Exactly, but I don't think just because your audience interactions is... But I don't think just because audience interaction is one of your strengths, you can't be good without it. Yeah, I guess it's fair. I'm gonna move this down here. But yeah, it's really hard to figure out how all this will lead back to, you know, making money, right? But like, I think the biggest thing is audience growth. I think trying these is probably a good idea, right? Like trying playing games and see what it does for us. Who knows, right? Who knows how that will do? I mean, we've played Minecraft. Granted, playing Minecraft is at like super late for y'all. When I did it, it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna start at 7 p.m. my time, which is like 1 o'clock in the morning, I think, for you guys, 2 o'clock, something like that. least for, you know, half of you. So yeah. I don't know. I guess we'll see. It's kind of hard to say. Kind of hard to know what exactly the right thing to do is. But I mean, this is kind of what it looks like. I think probably the biggest emphasis for streams and the biggest change will be, one, the schedule, right? And two, I think I do want to focus on a new game. I do want to finish armies, right? Which includes making like probably 15 more cards for, probably not quite that many. A good number of new cards for Humanity deck. And then work on Old God decks, which I don't know what that exactly entails, but that'll probably take a good amount of time, at least a few months. Finishing Blight of Blackridge, which is mostly just playtesting and probably reworking the corruption mechanic. And then, yeah. Which, on that note, we should talk about your strengths outside of audience interaction. Huge streamers like Doug or Point Crow that integrate audience interaction very methodically, but I think it's tricky to solely focus on that. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be something like that. I've seen, like, barely seen some of Doug's stuff. I know I haven't seen all that much. I saw like a few shorts on like his D&D stuff, and then I saw his like GeoGuessr one with Neuro. That one was funny. But that was like an AI trained off of a chat, which was interesting. And finalize a version of AAE ready for like a product release would be huge. One of my goals is to get a sellable physical copy of my game ready. Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I'm going for, but like at the same time, it's like, even if I get it done, like who's buying that, right? Like we've got like maybe 10, we'll sell like 15 copies, you know? You know what I mean? I mean, I think it is nice to have, but like that's why the followers are important. But at the same time, I don't know if the game's like good enough to be like sell like a crap ton of them, right? I think it's good to have like make a game, finally finish it, get into like a point where it's like it's good and done, or like good enough to be like sold. I think that's a worthy goal, whether it's like perfect or not, or whether I'm even gonna actually sell any copies. I think it's good to have that follow through to finish a game, and make like, because like a lot of people work on the process of something like, oh yeah, I've started 20 different games, and then you know never finish anything. Having the follow through to be like, hey, I have this finished game regardless of whether I'm gonna like sell it or not. I think it's important. But so I do want to do that. I think we can finish both these games. It's really hard to say about armies. Because we've kind of scoped it out a lot. I don't think we're going to do as many Old God decks, but there's potentially 5, which is crazy, right? I think another strength of yours is that your insight is very interesting. You're able to think critically about a lot of things and comment on nuance behind things. That's something I've seen working for Pirate Software. Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess like my perspective is interesting, right? I don't think a lot of people like talk game design that much. Like I guess a lot of people doing game development talk game design, but I think I really do think that like these streams could be more popular probably if I focus more on just like game design in general, because we do talk about like the design of cards and stuff like that, which I think is cool, but then it also requires people to have like a base knowledge of the game, which is the biggest detriment, because there's a lot of people who are doing oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to change this to just chatting, which doesn't really matter, but whatever. A lot of like game dev streams are more focused on like coding, it feels like, but it's hard to tell how true that is. I usually don't watch that many game dev streams because it's like, I don't know anything about coding, right? Well, you might know the drama that Pirates Off got into. Yeah, for sure. The shorts where he discussed things were very interesting and compelling way is something you could see doing. Hey, I'm watching a playthrough of Security YouTube Breach with one of my little brothers. Did y'all talk about your resolutions and stuff? Sort of. Yeah, I mean, I have a list of things that I want to do. It's gonna be hard to like figure out how to actually. The biggest goal is make money, right? Because I need to, right? Like in order to keep doing this full time, which is basically probably not going, like full time is becoming less and less likely, right? These are the things I want to do with Beats Creations to do this, right? Our resolution is to win the lottery at least once. Hell yeah. The problem is more likely to make money. This is like the sad truth here. More likely I'm going to have to do like video editing / motion graphics, right? You loves Pirate Software. Yeah, I don't know my feelings on him. I know like apparently did some schmerp stuff, you know what I mean? But like I don't know. I know the drama, but I don't know if I care either, you know. I'm not gonna cancel the dude. Like I liked his shorts and stuff. They're cool. You know what I mean? Yeah, truth is probably making money is probably this, like working my brothers because he helps me. Probably maybe roommates. These are probably the real ways to make money, but hopefully whatever. I don't care about the drama. It's low-key not something big. Yeah, I agree. I think people went way overboard with how they treated him for a lot of it. You're making goals. Yeah, that's the idea. I wrote down what my accomplishments are, but yeah, the goal is to write down my goals. Obviously I need to make money. These are probably the ways I'm going to do that, but ideally I make money off of this, right? This is the ideal. This is probably more likely. Yeah, so it's not really resolution so much as it is like goals, but I don't really know exactly how that, whatever. Parastoffer drama is he just actively tried to sabotage a project he misunderstood purpose of. Right, forgot about that part of it. Then he is an overblown ego. You think he killed a guy with how much backlash he got. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like, yeah. Yeah, like getting death threats and stuff like that is like wild for that, but it's like, okay. Yeah, I forgot about the whole stop killing games part about it. I knew he like did something in WoW, and I was like, yeah, that one definitely didn't deserve as much, whatever, but yeah, it's interesting. A lot of these things like people get canceled for, it's like, this has been a thing the whole time. It's like, this has been something that everyone's been like, I don't know. It's just funny. Anyway, but yeah, nothing against the guy. His videos are cool. I will detach my content from the creator kind of deal. Anyway, I feel like the problem is like with all this stuff, this is things I'm going to do, but it doesn't like lead directly to money is the hard part. I think probably the closest thing to leading directly to money is making the new TTRPG thing and all the stuff that goes along with it. The D&D chat does D&D. We could talk about that a little bit today if we want. We could also just do more drawing and stuff like that. Let me double check and make sure. Okay, never mind. Yeah. You know, the first thing about my best friend sent videos of the drama and they were like, do you see this? I completely blocked my ears. That's fair. Yeah. Basically just he's a, you know, he's a person. He's a human with problems, like all of us. What about working toward a Kickstarter kind of thing? All these things would help toward that, I think. I think that's the thing, right? Like, the idea is like getting more traction, right? More views, whatever. More eyes on what I do means more toward like a Kickstarter for the project. I'm not against like a pivot, you know, but I want that pivot to be at least something that I want to do, you know. That's kind of why I'm like maybe slightly adverse to like the whole gaming thing, is because I don't really want to just be a gamer streamer. I don't mind doing games, right? And I think it's fun, and I like games personally. And I also like doing collaborative streams where we play games. But I don't necessarily think that is like the thing I want to be doing, right? Kickstarter is a good option. I think making a cinematic trailer for AAE would be a good would be great for that reason. I agree. The problem is, like, I don't think a cinematic... I mean, we could do a cinematic trailer, but I don't necessarily think that's going to draw in people for that. That's just more something, like, when you have enough people to, like, get the Kickstarter some eyes, then you can put that out, and, like, then more people get eyes on it once the Kickstarter is, like, on the front page, you know? I think you need people in order to do the Kickstarter and not just, like, use Kickstarter as a platform to try to gain publicity, if that makes sense. And maybe I need to talk to more people about how they've done their Kickstarter and stuff like that. Like, that might be a good thing to do, but yeah, I don't know. We could also even potentially pitch armies to like a, I don't know, a publisher too, but there is a chance I'm gonna do another children's book for my aunt, maybe, so that could be kind of cool. That could be more money. Can't spell. So we might be doing another one of those. Could be a goal to work toward. Yeah, get your things ready to pitch. Yeah, I mean, pitching it in general is good, because if I'm pitching it to a Kickstarter or pitching it to an actual publisher, you know, either is good, you know. I think the critique he got with Stop Killing Games stuff was valid, but the thing was, when one of your drama blows up, you put under a magnifying glass, and when people started interviewing the people who knew him personally, it's talking about his hygiene was bad at some point in life. At that point, I'm like, come on. Yeah, right. It's like, yeah, it gets a little out of hand. It's like, all right, like chill. Go without a plan is a dream. Yeah. Yeah, I probably don't plan enough, but yeah, because that's the problem. This all feels like a dream, right? This is what all this feels like. It's kind of a plan, but it's kind of just stuff to do, right? How does one work towards something? Big question is, how do you plan? Like, how do I do it, or what is my, like, always ask yourself how until you know what actions you need to take. Yeah. I mean, like, I know how to get armies to a playable state, or like a finished state, but then like what's from there? Like, I probably need to do more research on like obviously the goal would be to do a Kickstarter and like publish it that way. I think would be cool. But I mean, maybe it's find how to publish games to, or like how to like talk to a publisher and talk to them about that and pitch it to them, kind of thing. No, I mean, I don't think I know how I'd plan this stuff out either. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. How do I plan? How do I do that? What is like, I guess the problem is like, it depends on, I got to figure out how to, what the end goal is. The end plan should be something you do daily, weekly, monthly, etc. Yeah, that's true. I think the real thing is like, these aren't goals, these are things to do, right? These aren't actually goals. Finishing AAE is a goal. Finishing all these are all goals, but like more events is not a goal, right? I mean, it is, but it's not like it's not a smart goal, right? Like, it's not actionable, it's not specific, it's not whatever, like, you know, that whole acronym. There's so much content creation is shooting into the void and hoping it hits the mark. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Like streaming and like that, I mean, that is the idea of like the D&D stuff, is like hoping to hit that mark better, right? Because the problem with like our like game dev streams is that it requires knowledge for you to jump in and understand the thing. Like, video games are good because people can come in and instantly understand what's going on, right? Especially if you're like doing like a multiplayer game or something like that, where someone's like, oh yeah, I know how this game's played, or a game they've played before. Like, I guess what you guys are talking about, right? It's like, if I'm playing Inscription and someone jumps in who's played Inscription before, it's like, oh yeah, this is a cool combo. If you pick this and you do that, you can do this. It's like, cool, awesome. Like, that's good interaction. People want to have that kind of interaction. The problem with doing something so unique like what we're doing with armies is that people come in and they go, I don't know what this is. You're gonna play this dispatch, yippee! Yeah, at some point, probably soon, but yeah, I don't know. It's probably worth a shot just playing games too, just to see how it goes. But can you pretty please date everything? I probably will, for sure. Like you said, everything and not everyone, but just concerning to me. Apparently our D&D is a date simulator too, so maybe we need to lean into that more. Make dating sim, make a D&D dating sim, chat dating sim. You gotta add date mechanics. Hell no. Anonymous is against it. But yeah, I don't know. Their character is like, he's a dice and you can play wait. Well, there is a character, he's a die, you can play D&D with him and date everything. Okay. Well, there you go. Now we know. It's wild. It's wild and crazy. But yeah, no, I'll definitely be playing Dispatch. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. I don't know when. If people come in for Dispatch and stay for the entirety of the playthrough, I'd assume they'd stay for your personality, and the AE content is literally just you sharing your personality and doing art. Yeah, no, that's fair. Well, I mean, we'll see, right? I mean, it'll probably take more than one stream to finish Dispatch. I'd imagine it's going to be like at least 2 or 3. Because your personality will convince people to get invested in AE. Yeah. I don't know. Yes, very true. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll see. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if it helps bring people in just playing a random game, right? Any game, really. I'm also curious what to see like weekends will do, because I want to start streaming on weekends. Play it if you've never played it. I think he was talking about me saying D&D will be a when we do chat as D&D, it will be a dating sim. I think that's what he was referring to, but maybe I'm wrong. That's what I was saying. Dispatch is like 3 to 4 streams. Yeah. If your goal is to start doing longer streams or something, playing an hour of a game and extend the stream could be good. I guess it's true. I could do like an hour of, that's kind of how like Tice does it. He does like works on the game and then does like an hour of something at the end. Yeah, I had to fight against chat to stop because of the dating sim last time. It's true. Yeah, but if we fully lean into it, we don't have to fight chat. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kidding. I don't mind the dating sim aspect. I think it was just you guys were barking up the wrong tree. Also, a good idea, like an episode after a regular stream. Yeah. Last streamers do that. Yeah. I don't know if I would want to do Dispatch like that, because I feel like Dispatch is probably going to be better in a longer stream. So staying up playing in one setting isn't normal. No, he loves to stress me. He doesn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tuna. I don't know how to tell you. I don't know how to break it to you. But yeah, I think it would be better to play Dispatch in longer streams, just because I know that, I mean, it's a story game, right? So it's probably going to be better to play it in a longer form rather than like piecemealing it. And like, you may not show up on one stream versus the other. That's why I think like weekend streams would be good for it. Delusions run deep with this one. It's true. The streamer played, all streamers played it 2 episodes by 2. And yeah, that's true. You're saying, so it's like an hour per episode, basically. Am I crazy? I don't know. No, that's not right. I don't understand what you said. Sorry. But yeah, I feel like it's better to like, because like if you guys miss a stream, it's going to be kind of annoying, right? Yeah, because weekend streams would be at the same time every week, so we could always tune in. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the idea, right? And plus, people Because like even if so, like it would probably be around the time I start Wednesday stream. So but people who are both in the US and wherever else could easier or have an easier time joining the stream. I think was on Twitch because exams, all the streams were playing episodes 5 through 6 and had to catch up. Gotcha. I think mostly because 2 episodes came out each week, but Beats does 3-hour streams, so can afford 3 episodes. No, it took me 11 hours to complete playing it. Yeah. I was gonna say, I think it's like 7 to like 11 hours is I think what I saw. How many episodes are there? Like 6 or 7, right? Am I wrong? I don't remember. We're just really yapping today, huh? Might just be oops all yap. We might not get anything done, which is fine by me, but eight episodes. Okay. Takes 8 to 10 hours. Okay, that makes sense. An episode is an hour and something on average, but there are longer and shorter ones. Okay, 8 episodes. Okay, I was around what I was under my understanding of the game was. Anyway, all right, what do we want to do next? I think we've run our course on what we're doing here. I mean, I probably do need to focus on like how to get these to make money, but it does feel like the only option is just like keep making stuff and hopefully it sticks eventually and we get enough people to like, you know, just fund the stuff, which is probably not the right approach. Maybe I need to check out some other stuff, but I don't know, here we are. Dispatch is going to be a one-time thing, though. I think we should discuss AAE and your future projects since they'll be the core of long-term content. Yeah. I mean, AAE is going to be... Honestly, I really think this is the future. I think making a stream-based TTRPG is the future. But in order to figure that out, we need to do more Chat Does D&D. I think. We need to figure out how that goes, right? We need to figure out if that actually, like, because we did get multiple new people. Again, I asked this earlier. I don't know if you're here, Yui, but didn't you first show up on the D&D stream? Or like the character creation one? Or am I crazy? Or do you show up before that? I don't remember. But we had like 2 or 3 people, like 3 or 4 people show up on those streams where we hardly ever get anything when we're just doing this, right? Like new people wise. Right? So if it does bring in lots of people, I think it could be worth doing. But we need to test the D&D stuff before we decide like, okay, let's make a RPG system that's specifically built for Chat Does D&D, which may include learning programming and stuff like that. So, I agree. Chat Does D&D gave us a really good taste of how interactive streams can be. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it, right? It's like anyone can join. Getting like a recap is a little hard, but like maybe just doing like shorter streams that are more like maybe less of an overarching story and more like mission based, like more of a instance, right? It's like if you're there for the beginning of the stream, you'll at least understand what's going on. And probably not 5 hours. Like probably try to be like a specific, maybe slightly more curated 3-hour stream. I don't know. But I do like the way that you guys can just mess around and talk to people in the guild hall. It's always my favorite part, even though it's nothing. I want to also take game dev more seriously this year. What events do you have on your roster this year? Because low-key have a list of events. In what way? Like events which actually does actually bring up a good point. Like events I want to host, or I think going to event PAX Unplugged would be a cool thing to go to. There's other like in-person events, but I do need to think about some of that. Both host and going to events. Yeah, host. We were talking a bit about more collaborative stuff. I have like this deck built one. Meant more in-person events. Yeah, PAX Unplugged would be cool to go to. I know there's other ones. I would love to go to TwitchCon, but I know there's like weird issues about safety there, and I'm not a big enough streamer to really go there, but so there's some issues with that. I haven't done, there's more board game events. I can't remember what they're called. I need to look them up again, because I probably should plan to do more, you know, board game cons in general, you know. What about convention stuff? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like PAX Unplugged is one of them, right? The one in March or September or both? That's a great question. Probably. I can't remember how that works. I think one's on the East Coast, one's on the West Coast. Am I wrong? Yeah, I think I need to. Just to get my stuff out there, which does mean I need to, like, honestly, it might be a good goal to, like, pick one of these to go to, and then be, one is Boston and one's Seattle. Oh. I don't know which one would make more sense to go to, but this is not okay. I need to reset my zoom level here. Hold on. Why is it like not events? Upcoming events. It literally shows nothing. I just do not show them. Because this is the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing. PAX Unplugged. Schedule. Pre-register. I remember, I think, I mean, Boston's definitely much closer to me. So probably the Boston one, which I believe is what? That's the, is that not the, oh, that's in March. Shit. Is it always in the same location? Oh, see, because last time it was in Philadelphia, right? I didn't realize they changed their location. I think if you do a TTRPG stream, it needs to be highly simplified combat system. That might be one of the most important things to have. I agree. TwitchCon sucks because the only purpose someone would go to it is to meet and greets. Conventions are dedicated to specific interests are so much more beneficial. Yeah, I mean, this is, like I said, it's basically not even real. Meet and greets are, yeah, apparently the problem with, oh my god, I keep doing that. TwitchCon is that it's like the point of it is meet and greets, but it's not safe for it, so it's like a terrible idea. I don't know. Maybe we shoot for PAX East. You know, wait, is this? It is PAX. Is it PAX Unplugged? Because there's a difference, right? There's PAX Unplugged and there's PAX normal PAX. Which I think those are both normal packs. Yeah, sorry, PAX Unplugged, which is in Philadelphia in December. So that's probably what where I would shoot for. Yeah, I feel like conventions, you can meet a lot of nerds in the Artist Alley, either in the board game or indie sections, if they do have. Yeah. I know there's some indie board game conventions that I just kind of need to look up. I mean, that would be a good goal to do, like set that up, like find where that is, and then make sure I have one of these games finished by the time we get there, which may mean, like, I don't know. Who knows what that means? Maybe more streaming. I don't know. It would be a good goal, right? Have a game done enough and go to a con. Like, that would be a good goal. Like right? Security is the only thing they have to worry about, for frick's sake. Yeah, that's kind of what all the streamers were saying. It's like, literally, it's like the biggest thing they can do is have more security. And it's like the one thing that matters, and they just didn't do it, which I think is funny. I mean, it's not funny, but because something sort of happened this one, not sort of, it did happen, but it could have been worse. We'll put it that way. The only reason I'm looking into finishing my game before March because I have conventions lined up in March and June. Yeah, I guess it's a good target deadline, right? It makes you work a bit harder because you have a deadline to do it. So that's a great point, Yui. Good call. I think that's a good thing to consider. So yeah, maybe I should focus on going to a con. Would you take someone else to help you to set up a panel and run it? It depends on how much that costs, right? Because like a booth or whatever could probably be like thousands of dollars for something like PAX Unplugged, which is definitely not worth it right now for me. If it's a small one where it's like a few $100s, then probably, you know. I know, what's her name? Pam from Pam Designs, who does like board game stuff. She has like a lot of information on that stuff. She does that a lot, but you could always ask your friends. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I definitely would be able to have people. Yeah, biggest problem is PAX Unplugged like basically just happened. It was like a month ago, which I should have gone to. I just didn't really pay enough attention to it. But it's in December. So that's probably, I don't know. The biggest worry is right now is about money, and it's basically I have to like September to pay my mortgage, and if I don't have enough money by then, it's like, you know what I mean? My cousin's best friend helped me, and best friend helped me run this because a short film competition. Nice, heck yeah, short films. I almost got into a short film competition, but then I didn't do it. I've done like ones at my school when I was doing film school, but not the game, just like vend in events. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, no, having people help you is definitely good. Hope y'all don't mind yapping today. I think that's all we're doing. Oh, we do have an ad though. I wish you luck for this month. It's not this month. It's September, but we have like a good number of months. But yeah, unless I said something else, and then I'm unsure. But anyway, ad time. Be right back. Be back in 3 minutes. Enjoy the ad and/or my video, depending on what you have. We watched this one already.
Physics is a tricky theme to adapt to a board game. However, I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game into a fully fledged deck builder. That's right, a role-playing game like Dungeons & Dragons, but with the deck-building mechanics of something like Slay the Spire. Not only that, but doing so solves a bunch of problems generally experienced in many tabletop RPGs. Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is my sci-fi role-playing game called Soul. Now you might be saying, Nathaniel, you're just making this game into a deck builder because it's popular right now. And to that, I say, you're right. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hoping that a popular game genre wouldn't help promote my game. But even though that is true, that's not really the reason I decided to make this change. It's actually because it solves a lot of problems in my game. But before I explain why I did it, let's explain what I actually did. To start, I'm going to use an action system similar to version 2 of my game called Concentration. Each point of concentration essentially counts as one action. The exception here is that more powerful cards may cost more than one concentration to use. This is going to be similar to Hearthstone's mana system or Slay the Spire's energy system. A player will start the game with 3 concentration and be allowed to spend it on various cards on their turn. After spending it, their concentration will regenerate when it becomes their turn again. As for the cards themselves, there are 3 different types of playable cards. Basic actions. These cards allow you to perform a simple action, mainly one of your equipped items, such as a weapon to attack an enemy. As a note here, there will be an inventory system where you have separate cards equipped, but that's for another video. Physical abilities. Generally, these are things that can be done within human means, or alien means, or whatever. Something like the Knight's Cleave ability, which makes a sweep attack hitting multiple enemies, or the Medic's First Aid ability, which allows them to heal a target even when it's not on their turn. And lastly, nano abilities. I won't kid myself, this is basically a magic system under the guise of technology. This allows a character to perform actions and go beyond what's normally possible, such as Medic being able to use mass healing, which allows them to heal allies in an area. This also helps to explain older abilities like the DJ Scale ability, which allows you to change the size of other characters' abilities. A player will choose an assortment of these cards from a class or multiple classes to build a deck. Once they have their deck, they can use these abilities in-game, especially during combat. Once combat begins, a player will draw 6 cards and be able to choose what actions to perform by playing these cards and using concentration to do so. Once a card is played, it goes into a discard pile and cannot be played again until their deck is empty. I'm still debating on whether a player's hand refreshes every turn, or if they can retain their cards and draw enough to fill their hand. Playtesting is probably in order to decide which one's best, but let me know what you think. Either way, that's the general premise of the deck building aspect, so let's explain why I actually made this choice. For those of you who play games like Dungeons & Dragons, will likely know this sort of situation. Your party gets into a fight with some enemies, and it gets to your fighter's turn. Your dungeon master asks a fighter what they would like to do, and they say attack one of their enemies with their legendary magic sword. They attack, and then the DM...
What are you considering on doing for funds to fund this venture? You mentioned you like to stay relatively close to the space. Also, you know, I love yapping. Forgot to say how good it is to have you back. Aw, yeah, it's good to be back. I mean, It's nice to be yapping. What the beep is this ad about cowboys selling stocks? Is it like the AI one where it's just like a bunch of like weird stuff happening? Because that one's weird. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but what am I going to do to fund this venture? Well, I mean, this is basically the main stuff, right? One is ads taking too long. No, are you still in ads? Because that'd be weird. You'd think it would be over by now, but sometimes it do be weird like that. Free, yay, cool. Hey, AI ads so much. They used to be an ad enjoyer, but like that stuff makes me skip ASAP. Yeah. It's weird. Finally free. Good. I'm glad you're free. It's weird. It actually took a little extra time than I thought it would. I guess it doesn't give people ads exactly at 3 minutes, which is maybe why it's probably better to take a slightly longer break, but to fund my stuff. We'll see, right? I think it's going to be whatever I can kind of get my hands on, right? I actively do work at my brother's to do like handyman stuff. Basically, I help him like doing renovations on his house, and he's kind enough to pay me. I'll probably be doing a lot of that this week because my dad's in town, and so we're all going to be working on his house because that's kind of how we bond. So that will be good. That'll be some money. Roommates would be a great option. However, I'm slightly traumatized by last roommate, and I'm very trepidatious to want to do that again. But I should, because it's like, it's not free money, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I just get money for having people here, which, you know, your peace of mind is worth something, but those are the two like ones that are just like probably easiest that I should do. Finding a roommate is harder than it sounds, but regardless. Way to make money is probably video editing stuff. I did some shorts for Hellfire. I don't know if you guys remember him, but he played AAE with us one time, and I think roommate is ideal if someone you know, otherwise it's anxiety inducing. Agreed. Y'all, I'm in 2026. I don't think it's good or bad. I'll test it a bit longer. Oh, you've reached 2026? Heck yeah. Happy New Year. Yeah, I had no idea what time zone you were in. I was like, I don't know. Y'all are on such different ends of the time zones. It's hard to know anymore. But yeah, you let us know how it is. Dubai time zone. Okay, gotcha. Very cool. Nice. That makes sense. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think, God, we have people from all over. It's kind of cool. It is pretty cool how what variety of people we have. What were we talking about? I completely lost my train of thought. Roommates. Oh, video editing. Yeah, I did some for Hellfire. I did some shorts. He did like The thumbnails are great. He did some stream. They did okay. They didn't do bad. He got like 1,000 views each, which is not terrible. Yeah, go check out Hellfire. Variety streamer. He streams every day, which is insane. Although I guess most you would not be able to see his streams because he streams like around midnight my time, which maybe is early for you. I don't know. Either way, I did like 3 of those for, you know, a couple few cents. No, for some little bit of money. We did I did some motion graphics for Toot. I don't know if you guys saw his the little animation I did. But like stuff like that would be cool. The problem is it's not like the most worthwhile work without doing it consistently, which does make it a little hard, but is this still not working? Oh, it is. Look at that. Made this. Ignore the preview. But yeah, I made that for Toot, for French Fry Studios. He did the logo. I did not do the logo. I just did the animation for it. My bestie is also considering editing work. I actually used you as an example what you could strive for to succeed in that field. I gave her the following advice: make videos in 3 different styles, genres to put in a portfolio. So I'm thinking, do you think something you could do to make videos in different styles, usual from a showcase your range? Yeah, I think that would be good. Honestly, part of me is tempted to just ask my friends if they need anything, right? Like, don't leak secret identity stuff. That's not too, it's French fry. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. It is pretty fun and cool if you're working with creative people or have a creative style that clients like. I never did editing for work, just for funsies. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it depends on like what the editing is, whether I like it or not. I do like motion graphics a lot more, and it definitely can pay more, and it's more niche. So it probably would be the better thing to like get into, but I think it's also maybe less demand for it. I don't know. Sorry, excuse my cough. Like, I don't know, even like the little, like honestly, just reaching out to some of my people and being like, hey, do you want me to animate stuff just to like have a range? I think would be cool. You know, I did that like tiny little stinger thing for Nez the other day as like her streamiversary gift thing. She has been streaming for 6 years. Let's mute that. I did that, which I thought was cool. So like doing more of that kind of stuff I think would be cool. Showcasing some more range and stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know. So yeah, I think that kind of stuff would be cool. I would love to do music videos. I think that'd be sick. Like some sort of like kinetic typography sort of stuff. Maybe some puppet animation. I think that would be really, really cool. If you're unfamiliar with what that is, let me give you an example real quick. Like this guy's stuff. Probably gonna be an ad. Ah, God, it's so loud. It's so loud. Okay. Oh, God. Y'all want to make a puppet show. Not exactly. Hold on. This guy's stuff. Actually, his shorts might be better, but like that kind of stuff I think would be fun. This is like a whole video. Hold on. Let's just go to his shorts. Like this kind of stuff is cute, right? Cute and fun. It's not gonna work, is it? It's frozen. I'm obsessed with the second season of Don't Hug Me as Scared. I didn't realize there were seasons of that show, of that thing. Is this gonna work? Can you work? Like this kind of stuff is kind of fun, right? So puppeting being like you can puppet a 2D image with pivot points. I think it'd be cool to do. Like more of that kind of stuff. Ends up looking weird, but like in whatever, right? In motion, it makes more sense. I would love to do more of this. There's obviously like a interesting in-between phase, right? I think he has like a whole video of that specific animation. Hold on. It's along the music. Is it this one? Or this one? I don't know, whatever, this one. This one's cute. Like, I feel like more of that would be kind of cool, right? Seen people do it with tweening sometimes. Yeah. I have the capabilities to do this. I've just never sent YouTube link. You want me to send it? Yeah, this guy's cool. The music's actually good in this too. I don't know anything about motion graphics as an industry, but then comes to editing, and I think the dream is to find creators that need very minimal editing style. Yeah, that's true. My editing's definitely too much, right? This is cute, right? Cute and I feel like it's not that difficult to do. I feel like I could do it. The cooler thing is like he was showing how he's like optimizing how to do this, and he was having a hard time doing like warping on perspective because both After Effects and pretty much anything using the mesh warp or smudge brush tool like just destroys your computer as far as like optimization, right? And so he actually ended up doing projecting, I don't know, I showed this the other day, but projecting animation on a 2D plane, and then you can give the 2D plane some dimensionality, and then like it actually, you can do this and rig it, which I think is kind of really cool. So you can have like rigged 2D images. It's really smart. I don't know. It's cool. I need to do more of that. Just realized how delayed the stream is for me. You sent that video like 20 seconds before you didn't stream. I always thought the chat was delayed. Oh no. Yeah, sometimes it can be delayed. I think it's purposefully delayed on sometimes because like if I don't know, so I can ban you or something. I think there's a built-in delay, but there's also some just delay based on whatever. But yeah, I want to do more of that. I think that'd be cool, doing like hybrid music videos with like that kind of thing and like whatever. I think motion graphics would be ideal. I just would need to find, I think it's less likely to have consistent clients than like editing would, where it's like motion graphics pays more, but you get less jobs. Editing, you could get a job that would last forever, but doesn't pay as much. At least like initially. So it's kind of like shmeep shmop, you know? Boom, 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 boom. Anyway. You should also do motion graphics for your own projects because that's just more stuff for your portfolio. I mean, I do a lot of it though, right? Like pretty much like my entire how to play video is motion graphics, right? It's in the army style. I could do like more stuff for other things, but like, and we could do like you're saying, like a what's it called? A Army's like teaser trailer kind of thing. Which I would like to do like a cinematic sort of trailer for that. I think that'd be cool, but you know, that requires just doing it. But I think that's all in my style still, right? And I think having range is important. I do need to build up like a VFX portfolio probably on my website, but just like standalone motion graphic stuff. Yeah, I just don't know exactly what that would be, right? I do like the idea, honestly, of like, I think maybe a untapped market is going to like VTubers and stuff, because they require lots of graphics, right? So I think that could be cool. Rask, hello. Your emotes are technically motion graphics, right? I do them in a motion graphics program, yeah. I would say so. What's up, Rask? Long time no see. How you doing? I think it's a long time no see. It's been a minute. I mean, I also haven't been on streaming for a while, so in that case, it is in general. So, but yeah, yeah, more motion graphics would be cool. I think, yeah, like, it'd be finding the right people to like need to do it often, which is hard to do unless you get your name out there and people are like, oh, I want this guy to do this stuff, right? Because I think like doing, you know, music videos and stuff would be cool, but like you could do one and then never have anyone like ask for another one, you know? Not that I necessarily would even know how to do that, but you know, here we are. But yeah, so I gotta find people. That's a problem. Probably best way is word of mouth. I don't know if I really want to just like throw stuff on Fiverr. I could, or something like that, you know, some sort of like editing website. I could do that, but I don't know. And then I'm probably also going to be doing another children's book with my aunt, potentially. I've heard that, I haven't actually talked to her directly, but I've heard that she is going to be doing another one. So, yeah. Tired, sleepy. Yeah, it's been a while because of Christmas break. Sorry. No, I haven't been streaming either, so it's not even on you. I haven't been streaming for like a week and a half now, I think. And I'm probably not going to stream my normal times either. I've kind of just decided to do this for whatever, for just because it's New Year's Eve. Sorry, I disassociated for a second there, apparently. How was the jam? I read messages from afar, but didn't quite take part. Good. We just finished playing them yesterday. That was the last of the submissions. We played, there's 4 games in total. Sorry, 5 games in total, out of 10 people who started a project. So we got, you know, 50% completion ratio, which I think is about average, honestly. And yeah, we played all of them. They were great, and it's going to be really hard to judge them all because everyone did so well. So I learned a good bit from it too. But a children's book where? Why am I hearing about this for the first time? Unless the story, it's the story where all the stuff that pretended was other stuff. No. That's my comic. It's my aunt's book, and she asked me to illustrate it for her. I believe it's on Amazon. There it is. How did the cat get wet? And there's a cat. It is in the same style of my comic, more or less, but it's her story. Illustrated it. Kitty cat. Indeed. I can show you some panels from it. If you would like to see it. But it is a real thing. Sounds like she's doing another one. I haven't talked to her specifically, but I think she would be asking me to do another one. Cannot fully confirm that. So I'm not going to, but I don't know, here's a cat. Dun dun dun. There's the cat. There's them searching for clues. I don't know. It's cute. I don't know. This one's funny. But there's actual Beats merch in existence. I guess there is. Yeah. Spoiler alert. That's how the cat got wet. Fell in the tub. I liked how I drew the bubbles. It's adorable. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah. If you want it, it's on the internet. Anyway. It's adorable. Thank you. I've been working a bit on my own projects too, pretty hard because it involves new programming language. So I have to learn everything, and I feel like a big dumb, but it's gonna be nice, or it's going nicely. Nice. Yeah, it's hard to switch stuff like that. That's why I haven't like switched off a lot of my like a lot of the programs I use, right? It's like I don't want to have to learn a whole new program. Yeah, it's on my website though, if you actually ever want to get the link to that. It's on, like I said, I think it's on Amazon too, but might buy it when I'm not ultra broke. I feel that. I don't get any money from it. I got the money up front and there's no royalties, so it's not like you're necessarily helping me, but just FYI. But you'd be helping my aunt, so you know that's cool. I may try to like next time be like, hey, what about royalties? But we'll see. It's also like expensive. I don't know. It's like for a children's book, $27 seems like a lot of money, but books are expensive, especially when you're self-publishing them. So shrug, you know what I mean? Next one you need royalties for. Yeah, for sure. We weren't sure how it was going to go, and I'm just like, all right, give me like $100 a page. It's like, forget everything. I still got the algorithmic thinking, but it's not like I have to forget everything. But having tools you're not used to is meh. You know, the drill. For sure. Yeah, you know, code is always code, like, but it's just written differently, which makes it difficult. Anyway, yeah, I agree with Tuna. Really cute book. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. It's my aunt's vision, but you know, I did all the art for it, and she was pretty receptive to pretty much everything I did. There's only like a few things where she was like, "Oh, can you draw like this?" I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. I'd prefer that this went that way. Okay. She mostly wanted it for like the stuff I did for like sentimental reasons, because it's like their old house kind of deal. So, which makes sense, but $27 was a lot for a children's book. Now with inflation, that's just how it goes. Yeah, that's true. God, inflation's crazy. One of the restaurants I go to, or like chain restaurants I went to, it's like up from like $10 a meal to like freaking $20 a meal. It's like, this is insane. It's like double the price. Yeah. Part of me was like, I was thinking about like just doing drawing today, but we also don't have Toot here. And I feel wrong starting baby turtles without him, you know what I mean? Still being hungry after this, I know, right? Money be expensive, you know? But yeah, I mean, I think this is, you know, some decent goals. I think it would be, I think actually events is actually a great idea because it puts a fire under me a little bit to finish stuff, which is probably a good idea. I do have to figure out how that would go though. Like if I wanted to finish more cards faster, I don't know if that would mean I just stream more or what, but you can just skip the queue, skip through the queue, join the dark side. I could. I also was thinking about that. I was like, do you want the whaler or whatever we ended up calling him, the sea captain, or do you want, we could even go, because I know you were talking about a theoretical ocean god. We could probably do a god as well. I didn't even think about that as like a redeem, but I guess in theory someone could redeem a god, which sounds weird to say out loud and out of context, but would you like to redeem a god? But, you know, here we are. Yeah, I don't know. One of the problems with doing like editing and motion graphics and all that kind of stuff too is like, how much am I going to want to work on my own stuff if I'm doing other people's stuff too? But maybe it would make me want to do more. Like literally I was watching like some like particle effects thing and I was like, man, I want to actually just make something. And then it happened to be Nez's like 6th stream anniversary. And I'm like, all right, I'm just going to make this cool motion graphics thing because it, you know, it's cool. So I feel like if you feel like it, we can actually talk about mechanics for both Beach and my card. The art can be a post schedule shift. Yeah. I don't know. We don't even need to do anything. I mean, we're just yapping, but may I ask, are you working on your goals and projects for 2026? Yeah, that's kind of the idea. That's what this whole page is. The idea was, this is like not even like, this is fine. That's what I was writing down. I also talked about my accomplishments, which actually I guess you would have heard about me illustrating a children's book earlier if I actually read all of them, but everyone seemed like they didn't care, so I moved on. Not that they didn't care, everyone was just talking about other stuff. I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna move on to the stuff we said we were gonna talk about. Wouldn't actually want my card done before too. He deserves only the best. It's true. I mean, we could just do the art for it, but yeah, we're trying to figure out what we're doing. The problem is like the biggest goal is make money, right? But I have things I want to do, which I don't know necessarily coincide with making money. Like the idea is making money, but like, do we actually get there from doing it? You know, it's like more of a gamble. Whereas like, I kind of just need to do something that makes money. I mean, streaming does make money, but it's not like, it's direct, right? Who doesn't want to make money? I mean, it's not even that I want to make money. I need to make money, you know? Because I'm not, this is like, I'm doing my stuff full time right now, but I'm not making enough money to do it full time. So I miss a lot of things. I get super lost in thought. No, I wasn't. I think it was because everyone was talking about shows and I was like, yeah, we'll get to it, or we'll just move on because I think no one cares of all the things that we did here. Why don't you do one thing consistently for money and then do other stuff you're not sure off to the side. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the idea. I mean, even if that is like just like a part-time job or something, like it doesn't really matter what I do as long as I make enough money to live. A severe ADHD, so I'm surprised I'm keeping up at all. Fair. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I agree with you. That is probably what I need to do, but I don't know what that thing is either. Cause like I quit like a job that I decently enjoyed, right? To do this. And now I'm like, what do I do if I do other stuff? Because how do you keep up with video content? I don't. I don't, unfortunately. I need to do better with it. Honestly, the biggest thing is my I started this at the beginning of the stream. My biggest problem is my own like self-doubt, and that is what definitely makes me slow at my work. I don't think it's being burnt out. I don't think being burnt out helps, or like being tired or whatever, but like being unsure of what the right thing to do is definitely holds me back a lot. I feel like I probably could have gotten a lot more done if I don't like struggle to like figure out what I'm doing. I would have a much better time with my creative stuff, or like much better probably views and all that kind of stuff if I was just consistent and didn't hold myself back thinking like, what if this doesn't perform well, or what if it doesn't do well? Am I right? I swear I waste half the time overthinking. Exactly. I think that's pretty much true of like anything. It's like you're probably better off taking action than doing nothing and like overthinking stuff, you know? Hesitation's bad, but it's kind of hard. It's like, especially when you're doing it like by yourself, you know? Self-doubt is necessary to a degree, but there is a good middle or golden middle to everything. It's easy to slide into extremes. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there is probably like something to be said about like creative, not necessarily burnout, but like creative overload in a day, right? It's like, I don't think a lot of people understand how creatives function and how much mental energy it takes to be creative. Like, I think you can do a lot in a day, but you can only create so long in a day, you know? It's like, how much art can you make in a singular day without just like your brain melting? Because like everything you do is a decision, you know? It's like, okay, I'm gonna draw a line. It's like, okay, is this Lara the right line or the wrong line, or do I draw it here? And it's like, that constantly is like, it just hard. I don't know. Decision fatigue, exactly. Art is a lot of decision fatigue. But again, looking back on it, through all this stuff, if you combine all the numbers I did, I've done over 150 artworks this year. Can you imagine this week? And that's not even counting my video stuff, right? It's 29 new cards for Armies Against Entropy, 54 total Blight of Blackridge cards, which this doesn't count me redrawing them. This is just the first time. 26 Stellar Shift cards. So that's another 26 cards. 32 pages of children's book. Was it 32 or 23? I think it's 23. I think I was wrong. Because it was $100 a page. But yeah, all in all, and that's not even counting all the stuff I drew for my videos. So it's like I've done probably like 200 artworks if you really whatever. Yeah, I get these big bursts where I plan out a month's worth of stuff to do, but then I never know when a burst like that will happen again. Yeah, I get that. I'm pretty good at being diligent and like keeping working on stuff, right? But I think at a certain point, like I have gotten to like a point where it's really difficult to push through stuff. Like discipline isn't working anymore. Oh yeah, the children's book for your aunt. Yes. We actually talked about it a few minutes ago, but but yeah. But yeah, it all I did a lot this year. And it's easy to like forget that when it didn't like when it hasn't become a career yet, you know? But here we are. My laptop died. I was trying to find my charger. No, you're good. I was just saying, I was like, we were just talking about this. But yeah, you're good. How dare your laptop die? While watching my stream. Being creative is a spontaneous trait by nature. Do I believe that? I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. Yes and no, I would say. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think some of my best creativity comes spontaneously, but I can push through stuff to make anything, you know? Honestly, get what you mean. I make $0 off the game dev and I want to make at least a profit by June. Yeah, yes, exactly. Not me, at least. Yeah, I think it's different for everyone, creative wise, but I'm like, the fact that I did all the armies cards, I don't think I was like spontaneous with all of them. Well, a lot of the designs are spontaneous. Well, it's new Q. She hasn't handcuffed to the stream. Yes, indeed. Ban her. She should stop watching the stream for 4 minutes. Delete her Twitch account, please. I do have creative urges, yeah, but sometimes I just let something in a background process in my brain, and 1 or 2 weeks later, things have evolved. Yeah, honestly, even just thinking of something, or like, yeah, your brain can do work while you're not thinking about it. It's kind of crazy. It's like, oh yeah, I have this thing, and then you like step away from it, and then all of a sudden, like all that stuff is like resolved in your brain. You just didn't know it. What was the what were we talking about? There was a thing that I was gonna show you? Question mark. Oh, I kind of just felt like pulling up my cards, honestly. I kind of wanted to look at Mad Scientist again. You know what I mean? He turned out so creepy. But it is probably my best art so far, for sure. As far as like technical execution. I do have creative. Oh yeah, I already read that. But yeah, yeah, it's only getting better, which is cool. A lot of the newer cards are darker. Kind of interesting. Maybe we need to make some lighter, happier cards. Well, some are like just dark, cozy, you know? This is pretty cozy here. I didn't see the Mad Scientist one. Yeah, that's one we finished last time. I think it turned out pretty good. The saw is crazy, but yeah, here we are. Poor Endling. R.I.P. It's low-key one of the coolest ones. Yeah. I think I did good. He's scary. Honestly, I think it's the backgrounds that do it a lot of the time, though, for like the really cool ones. Like that's why this one's cool, is just like the perspective, right, of the background and all that. I've gotten a lot better at them. And the background of this one's just a wolf, so how can you be mad about that, you know? Turns out the old gods were the good guys. There you go. You'd say, would you say my suggestion ended up working out, like the smile? Yeah, I mean, I think it works. It's kind of creepy for like the game, right? Like I feel like for the good guys, it's kind of like a weird creepy card, but I mean, that is what I did, right? That is the smile you suggested, where it's kind of like the weird, I don't know, it's almost like the like cat or dog face sort of. it's this face, but evil, you know? It's that, but evil. It's like this. Hold on. How do we do this? It's like, wait, hold on, wait. Can we actually do it with emojis? It's almost like, I don't know. Not really. It's got like the top curve of that, but it's like a doesn't work. Anyway, if it could be one line, it would work. Anyway, it's 3D. But yeah, yeah, it turned out pretty good. Pretty happy with it. Yeah, it looks a little evil for the good guys, I think, is my biggest gripe with it, but I also don't, I think it's fine, you know? I think it worked out. I think we probably shouldn't do too much of that, more of that. We kind of have a lot of like dark and evil looking cards lately, which we probably should try not to do more of. I'm okay with a few, but you know, I'm not saying, like, I don't know, just kind of ended up that way. No, it's cool. It is cool, but I also think just for like the flavor of the game, it's good to not go too evil with everything. I think the cards show that everyone is teaming up, drive back the old god, like a temporary alliance to beat up larger threat. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the point, so it does make sense. Need some more good boys. And here, yeah, it's true. More good boys. But yeah, I don't know. I think it turned out cool. I mean, this one's not like evil looking, right? Most of these aren't really. Honestly, this is really the only like evil looking one. And I guess maybe Iron Sentinel, but it kind of works out with how these are kind of like similar. Indeed, A needs more wolves and doggies, and even kitty cats, indeed. Boy Scout and Florist card next, hell yeah. Honestly, I don't mind like silly classes like that though. I always liked like, you know, like we could have a baker, you know? Like I think that would be funny. I mean, we have a bard, right? Yeah, I see your point though. We do have you know, well, I guess a mad scientist. I was about to say like non-warrior cards, but yeah, mad scientist technically isn't a warrior, right? Like he's not going to be fighting the front lines as far as like whatever mechanically. Well, actually, technically doesn't fight. He doesn't have an attack icon, which I'm unsure about how I feel about, but he kind of just disables cards to attack instead. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty happy with how everything's going. We do need. There will be inflation. If anyone. Is a florist a flower and wheat bender? A florist. Classic. Tuna has a call. every time. Could be. Back. What were your thoughts on my point? I don't remember what we were talking about anymore. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, that's exactly how I feel about that. I mean, that's kind of the point of the game, right? Is there no you? What? I'm lost. I'm lost what I was saying too. I can't even remember what I was talking about. Oh, inflation will hit probably before next stream. There's no you in florist. Oh yeah, like yeah, it's the wrong flour. I think is what we're. That's the bread type of flour, right? No, not even. Wait, yeah, yes, no, yes. You know, I can't be bothered with English. You know what I mean? Donna, start spamming redeems. Yeah, we're gonna be changing the cost on basically heroes are gonna become more expensive and everything else is gonna be cheaper, but structures might also become more expensive. No time to sell. I know, right? Your stocks are about to drop. Let's talk about what my card could do. Okay, we can do that. Why not? We're hanging. We're chilling. Nova! Hi. Hi. Wait. I unfortunately think my gifted sub is gonna run out soon, so we need to spam the birds as much as I can. Nova's got some great emotes. I'll tell you what. The birds. Whale hunter idea is interesting to me still, but I would need to be phrased really well to fit. Indeed it would. Let me pull some stuff up. How you doing today, Nova? How's life? I need to get better at this. Han. Wait. Haha, get shouted out, nerd. Nova is also a streamer. Art and variety and such. Just woke up from a nap. Nice. I feel that. I've been literally napping and like just watching shows and playing video games the past like week because I'm like I need a week off, week and a half, week and something off. And see, God being a redeem is actually something I'd love to do, so that's another thing I would want to figure out. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the right stuff here. Oh, hi you. Oh, hey. You want to say hi to stream? Come here. Yoink. Get scooped, nerd. Hopefully you relax on your time off. Yeah, I've done literally nothing. Which, you know. You want to say hi? You're invisible against my jacket, though. Hi. You purring? You want to purr to people? I don't know if you can hear her, but the music might be too loud. I need like a mute music button on my stream deck. Hi, you. Here, let's get rid of the pop filter. Maybe it'll work better. Kitty ASMR. Why she reminds me of my grandmother at this angle? I don't know. Hey, you. What were we talking about? Oh, armies. We have to take a kitten break, though. It's required. Sometimes you just need to eat a kitten ear, you know? Right, kitten. Luna, the sea goddess. I can see it. Agreed. My cat is also purring on my lap right now. Indeed. You just have to let the fluff consume you. You know what I mean? You want to be free? Are you happy here? How do you feel? What are you looking at? What are you looking at, huh? Here, you can sit on my lap. No, you don't want to. She doesn't really like sitting on laps. She's unfortunately not a lap cat. I do have fluff all over my face, though. Okay. All right, back to work. Okay, armies. I'm in the wrong folder. I was like, why can't I find any of the stuff I need to work on? This is way too zoomed in. There we go. Pull an old god card to your side of the board for 1 turn. That card gains units until that card gains units equal to the power level. I could see that. It would be pretty expensive. It'd have to be like the cost on that would have to be crazy. Or send a card back to the deck. I do like this better. I think it's more, well, I don't know. It's interesting, at least. It's different. I don't know if it's any different than disabling a card, but it is kind of interesting. Sea Captain, I've not heard of this one. This is one that Tuna redeemed. Tuna redeemed the Sea Captain, potentially. I mean, I'm assuming unless he wants something else by the time we get to it, but that was kind of the idea. So it's either basically like a charm for, we could do like a charm for like monsters instead of minions, but it gets really weird, right? If you send it back and then reshuffle would be OP, honestly. Yeah, sending it back is just I mean, you could almost even have it like something interesting where it sends a card back, and then if it meets like a specific condition, it reshuffles. Would be kind of interesting. For the pull, I was thinking a monster would get disabled when it's on your side. It basically just there for defense. Ah, I see. What's your ship card do again? That one is for harvest. We do have a few water themed ones. Expedition vessel gains units based on land. This is a new effect. Gains units based on your land in play. You can't allocate units off of the card though, so it's kind of mostly used for triggering its ability and for tanking. Remove 4 units from this card. You may also reveal cards. Reveal cards for your ally. You basically draw a land. Lets you fish for a land. We do have C. It's all about putting cards back into your hand at the start of your turn before you draw cards. Gain units equal to half the number of cards you have in your hand. Round down. Might be too OP. We'll have to see. But it's about returning cards to your hand, which is kind of interesting. maybe able to proc other stuff, which is why the sea captain returning cards to the enemy hand would kind of play into that sort of theme. We also have river, but that doesn't have anything to do with any of the other ones. Reduces blue requirements by 1. Could do something related to those. Yeah, I think that's what like the C idea is, like it's related to putting cards back in their hand. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could have something where it's like it's a large cost. Pull a monster to your side of the board. That card is disabled and gains units equal disabled till the end of your next turn. And gains units equal to its strength. I don't know why I added a T at the end of strength. When the card is enabled, it then oh my god, turns to its side of the board. I couldn't type there for some reason. I was trying to see what the wording on charm was. Which is almost already too many words, but more ads. Oh, what? What in the huh? All right, let me do a quick ad break. Just not paying attention.
Hey, I'm Beats.
Yeah, let's play this one again because it's a minute.
To a board game. However, to tackle it, I decided to make gravity one of the main sources of movement. At first, I thought of a Tetris-style approach where everything moves downward, but I thought that was kind of dull, so I brainstormed a bit and came up with a space concept. I could use planets and other celestial bodies to manipulate gravity in different directions. That led me to my first major card type, celestial bodies, consisting of planets, moons, asteroids, stars, and black holes. Each one has its own mass, which determines how hard it pulls things, and a directional arrow that tells you which way it pulls. They also have an energy value, which players can use to convert into power. I chose a square format so that they could be used as tiles on the board, and then digitally painted a celestial body for each of them. Up next are player cards, which I called ship components. Not sure it's really fitting anymore, but that's what I called them. They come in 4 flavors. Effectors, which did things like reduce mass or change the direction of gravity. Creators, which spawn additional celestial bodies onto the map. Propulsion systems, which give you extra movement options. And power systems, which grant you power that you can spend on more movement. Or the other card types.
Okay, I'm actually back already. Disabled ads for little me. Sorry, that was a totally wrong thing. I appreciate that. You're at the main effect explain what happens. The enemy is pulled, and then active effect can just pull. Similar approach to I do the bard. Yeah, kind of figured that. My thought is that it returns. Something like this, but it could be separated into two things, which is maybe doable. Let's propose what a sea god could do. I'm honestly invested in Nimvac. I don't even, is that the ice god? I literally don't remember the names of them. Yes. Okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's the ice god. It's not really ice, but god of trade of the ice nation. So return deck hasn't been on my mind much. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know, because like the biggest problem is there's not enough stuff to like work with. Yeah, I think this one's really cool. I'd really like to try them out. My only problem with well, I guess the god itself would have to have an ability to return cards, you know? Which makes like something like C feel kind of worthless, but return a card to your hand, all of the units on the card are lost. I mean, honestly, is it a weaker effect than this, right? I mean, I guess returning cards to your hand could be interesting. It could mean that C could get some sort of change, right? Or maybe C is just the free version, right? Maybe like... God of the Seal, God of the Sea. It would probably have an ability like return a card to your hand. Maybe it has a cost of like 1 unit. And then it'd have to have like a base effect with like do X when, well, the problem is this is a triggered effect when you return a card to your hand. But I don't know, it feels weird. If the god can return the cards, doesn't it necessarily mean other cards can't return too? Maybe the god can even play a card for each card returned and redistributes units. That way that were returned around the return card. I see that, but is that not just this god but worse? Right? I think that's the problem, because take a card from your play space and swap it with a new one of that any type. That new card is given the old card's units. That is the question. I mean, you could have it like a base effect of like when a card is returned to your hand, you the units remain in the location that it, or whatever, the units remain. whatever, you know what I mean? Yeah, very true. We did say the point of the return was to save a card from destruction at the cost of units. Yeah, but now we have like a land that does that. I mean, we could always change what the land does if the land doing it is too powerful, but I almost don't think having a god do that is like, I don't know. We could have the, like, you know, it could be like when a card is returned to your hand, you or the god gains those units. Right. Something like that. But this isn't really feeling super interesting to me. I think the biggest issue with this is that we don't have a ton of cards that return cards to hand, so there's not really a lot of interesting interactions to do with this. Right? Like if we had a bunch of cards that return cards to hand, I think that could be cool. But we'd literally have to build a specific deck around it. And I'm not sure how that feels. Flexing my creative muscles right now. Let me double check something. Okay, nothing getting popped out. My brain is not braining. Sorry, all. I'm falling asleep. No worries. I'm headed to bed. See you later. Have a good day/night and the rest of your stream. Happy New Year's a bit ahead of time. Deal. Happy New Year's. Have a great rest of your night. Sleep well, and yeah. Thank you for being here. Yeah, nothing's really coming to me either, Tuna. Again, I think... Oh, rip. So funny. Sorry, I was just checking something. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to catch up on some stuff. Just making sure, because I have plans later, so I wanted to make sure I was not being dumb. Yeah, well, it's actually true. Nivek. I don't even know how we pronounce that. I just made up the name. So kind of power creep return if you're not careful. Yeah. Happy New Year. Indeed. Yeah. So I don't know. I think all these effects could be cool, but I think they're fine on like on other cards. I think the biggest problem with this is that we don't have many other cards that do stuff like this. You know what I mean? We don't have enough cards that return cards to hand for it to be interesting. I do like the idea of like I think we would need something even more like crazy and game changing, like when a monster attacks, you may allow it to attack a card in your hand, or something weird like that, right? Like something crazy like this. Playing with like some sort of like mechanic where it's like a card in your hand has more relevance. But I don't know. Got us to be really game changing, not specifically reliant on cards. Yeah, not reliant on specific cards. Yeah, I think so. But I also think that like having it synergize with the specific cards does help, right? That's crazy. It does actually open up a whole new way of thinking. But like at the same time, like cards in your hand don't have units. So it's basically just like discard a card instead of getting attacked by something, which is like weird. See, I could change how the hand functions. I think that's what I'm trying to get at, right? This is probably not it, especially if like we want C in there, because this is literally counterproductive to C. Like C is bad in the ocean deck because you're in theory discarding cards, and really what you would want is card draw to tank attacks. But then like, why are you not just playing altruism, you know? So like something like that where it's like the cards in your hand become a new mechanic, right? Would be the way I think it would have to work. The cards in your hand have the units. Card in your hand could have units of your god. Interesting. Which would only be... What if they can trigger from your hand? See, that's cool. I'm gonna erase all this because this is way cooler. Ability could still be a thing, but and these could be like effects on cards, but I was thinking for a second. Cards in your hand. No. Unit effects and triggered effects in your hand now apply to your god. Don't mind me just checking in. Hello, Hebo. If possible, this would make the sea god offensive rather than defensive. Probably. It kind of neutral, kind of weird, but it's defensive in the way that like it saves your cards, but unit effects count as units on your god. There's a better way to phrase all that, but can we look at a random card that this could synergize with? Sure. I mean, literally any blue or yellow effect. Maybe we don't do blue effects, but I don't know. There's definitely some game breaking ones. Can attack. Can't attack. Well, this is weird. You literally would not want a Pyromancer in your deck because then your god would attack and die potentially. It's probably broken the more I think about it, but let's look at some of the base cards, like the normal cards. I don't know that the card wouldn't be able to attack, so it doesn't really benefit from that. Okay, when a hero or monster is destroyed, gain 1 unit. Sure. Cleric, right? If the hero has 6 or more units on it, you gain. I mean, it's basically. I'd almost consider maybe just triggered effects instead of blue effects, because I think blue effects devalues it devalues God of Devotion, you know? I was supposed to think of that interaction. Yeah. I was bored, so I extended music that I made sometime ages ago. Nice. I'm assuming that's in Tebow music stuff. I haven't had a chance to look at your stuff. New Year's and not a single New Year's text or announcement. Shaking my head. I'm gonna yell at Maximus. I don't know what you meant by New Year's text or announcement, but we're just gonna make fun of him. Not really make fun of him, but yell at him. Should we listen to Tebow music for a second? Tebow, can we listen to your music? Should we see what Tebow's working on? Verified orchestral jump scare. Okay, good to know. All right, everyone. Tebow music time. Desktop audio. Oh, wait, it's actually going to play through Discord, I think actually works. Can you do this? Yeah, it's going to be loud. It's going to be loud. Okay. Okay, it's also coming through my mic. I need to turn it down. Okay. Tebow music, let's go. The whole blue-yellow effect working from the hand would probably need some additional cost, but I think an interesting factor is also not playing the cards. Makes your defense more vulnerable. Yeah. I think that's cool. My music volume is always a gamble. True and fair. I feel like I would have the same problem, honestly. Yeah, I feel like it could be game breaking, but I'd be willing to do that as a thing. Basically, you know, some sort of effects can be played while in your hand, and then you can put the card back in your hand with an ability. I think that's kind of a cool play style. I don't know exactly if it's too powerful or not. It basically hang around the beta for a long time, but you know, I think that would be the one thing to consider is if it's this card, if it's the Sea Captain, you're probably likely to have it. Sorry, I'm jamming out for a second. You're likely to. There's a slight chance it'll be in like the base game. The more, you know, crazy we get, the probably less likely it's going to be in the base game. You know what I'm saying? Like heroes at this point might not show up in the base game. They might just be in the beta until we figure out what like expansions they need to be in, because, you know, we're going for the whatever it's called. We're going for the pre-made decks at this point. And maybe some of these cards can find their way in there, but we're getting to that point where we just have to decide, you know. I like this part. I like the melody. More interested in introducing unique concepts not in the main game specifically. Fair. I want to play your other one too here, Tebow, that I haven't listened to yet. That you say you're doing as like a remake of something, which is cool. Hi, Kitten. It summoned the kitten. You like the music, Kitten? Yeah? Yeah, it's on another server, kind of a competition, but just for fun. Nice. Okay. Tebow music, let's go. Good stuff, Tebow. But yeah. I don't know what Beach is gonna do. Oh, hi. Like, I have no idea. Like, in theory, it should kind of, because expand the scope of AAE means I get to think about it more since I love the game so much. There you go. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, it is cool. It's the cool part. For sure. We do get to, like, honestly though, like, we do get to do, what's it called? Old God deck stuff soon though. So that'll be kind of interesting. Once we're done with humanity, we move on to the old God decks, I believe. Well, we might take a break from armies. I don't know. Like do Blight of Blackridge or something for a bit, and then go to why my lighting seem off? I guess it's just because there's just a giant bright spot. Was that a little, I'll never give you up, never let you down at the end? Was that a tiny Rick roll at the end? you bastard. I was like, what the? You absolute fiend. Like almost halfway done. All right. Mods, kill Tebow. Mods, destroy him. Yeah, I don't know what Beach can do. We could talk about that, but let me make sure what time I'm doing food. Hey, no. I just want to check. Hydrate. Okay, I will. I'm almost halfway done. Took me 2 days already to get that bit, by the way. Nice. That's it. I mean, I think that's impressive. I don't really know anything about music, so I couldn't tell you how much work it takes to do any of that kind of stuff, but I'm impressed. So I'm hesitant to talk about the Beach only because I'm not sure whether Toot confirmed Beach was what he wants. He did. Anything with baby turtles is what he said, and I said Beach, and he said that's fine. I mean, obviously unit generation, but the interesting part is, like, do we want it to relate to Turtle? I think we can talk about it. We don't have to set anything in stone, but I'm impressed by myself, to be honest. Anyway, I heard you're taking a break from AAE. Not necessarily. I think once we get the decks done, maybe we take a little bit of a break, but I'm not entirely certain. We could just keep pushing through and do an old god deck thing. I'm not entirely certain. I think for content, it can be smart. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think I would like, I mean, the biggest thing is once we are done with the getting the pre-made decks done, we're releasing pretty much all these beta cards into the thing, and we're just going to need to test the game. So there's going to be 25 new cards, I believe. And that'll be kind of crazy. We're going to need a lot of playtesting. Yeah, isn't it insane? We have like 20 some odd new cards, which is almost, it's not double, but it's like times or an additional 50% more 50% more cards is what it is. Okay, then it would be cool to incorporate the concept of things washing up on shore into the effect from the beach. Interesting. It could be like, yeah, some weird like hybrid between baby turtle and ocean, or turtle and ocean. I don't know what that means, but if y'all ever need a play or if you ever need a play tester, for sure, we'll probably start doing more play tests once that's out. One thing actually we do need to talk about, I think it's here, the old god deck size. We need to figure out what we do here. Well, we should talk about that a little bit. So maybe that means you can use units to play the first card on top of your deck instantly. Interesting. Feels like that's like a structure kind of power. I guess it's kind of cool, right? Like you play a card that you don't know. But it almost feels like a structure and not a land. Unless you make it expensive enough, but I don't know. I do like the idea, just top decking a card and you kind of just forced to play it. I think that is kind of cool. I just don't know if, I just feel like for a land it might be too powerful. Because playing cards is extremely powerful in general. I agree with that too, but since Turtle is a backline hero, it could work. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, Tuna, what are you thinking? Do you thinking you'd prefer a sea god, or would you prefer a sea captain? Beach. Yeah, I mean, I could see something like along the lines of attacks as well, like when like gain 1 unit when a hero attacks. I could see something like that. If we want something simple, right, along with baby turtle, maybe not even hero when a card attacks. It's probably too powerful, but who knows. What did you say? Let me reread what you said. Hey, just tagging my carpet. Top deck a card. I feel like it's just so powerful. I really think it needs to be a land or like a structure, but I do like the idea. Well, gotta go do New Year's Eve stuff. All right, see you, dude. Thank you for being here, as always. Stopping in when you can. I appreciate it. Well, I mean, you can have a land that feels like a structure and vice versa. The problem is structures require more setup and therefore can have more powerful effects. Lands are also the most protected thing, so if they have a more powerful effect, it's balance breaking. I really like the Whale Hunter. You will not convince me to call him. We can call him Whale Hunter. I don't mind either way. You will not convince him. I just kind of forgot what to call him. Or Sea Captain. Whale Hunter sounds cool to me. I just honestly just forgot what you wanted me to call him. Whale Hunter. Enter. The concept of a sea god would also mean you'd have to give a deck and a bunch of other cards. Eventually, yes, but not necessarily immediately. All these gods are not getting decks to start. These are expansion gods that you can make your own decks for if you want to, but they are not going to be in the base game. Sea God would go in here and he would stay here for a while. So it feels like cheating to request a Sea God and then get a bunch of other cards. Not really. I mean, it's way less work for me to draw a god, make a god card. I just make the god, throw it in here, and it stays here until I decide to make a deck for it. Basically commissioning a future expansion though, sort of. I mean, I'm never going to promise that like any of the effects aren't going to change. And I might be like, I don't like this. We're going to change it to something else, use the symbol, change it into something completely different. And then, you know, whatever, right? There's no promises that any of this stuff will ever remain the same. And I just have to draw a whole thing. So you're not really, I wouldn't say it's cheating, but you will have to understand it will stay in the beta until future notice, which is potentially never, you know? Like the card might come out as like just a god. It might not do a deck and you have to make your own deck for it, you know? Depending on how I do stuff, you know? So a god I'm not promising a lot. With some of these, they might go into the deck. I would not mind drawing a god. It makes my job much, much easier. We just have to make a cool symbol, you know? Gain 1 unit when, oh yeah, top deck card. I mean, we could do, or like, it could be something along the lines more of like sea or river even. It could be something interesting where it's like non-unit generating triggered effects gain or also gain 1 unit. Kind of interesting. I just figured it out. You're trying to bribe me so I don't draw a super buff old sea captain. I mean, a little bit. Not really, but it is either way. I like a little bit because it'll get me back to like where I need to be. But at the same time, if you want a whale hunter, I'm going to draw that, you know, I don't mind. And you just called him a sea captain. I think you mean a whale hunter. For the memes you are. I mean, not really. I just think like, honestly, I'm cool with either. I did feel like it made sense to at least put it out there for you if you wanted to do that. Because you've been talking about it. Hey, no. No what? No what? I feel like there's not a lot of ones that don't gain units though, so that might be merp. But yeah. I don't know if YouTube is working. It might be me thing though. No, it's working. Oh. No, Dalmas, that's me. Are you actually still there? I think you're still, you might, that was like. Is it working? It is working. I'm just dumb. Hold on, give me a second. I forgot to activate it. Dang, Twitch won't let me talk again. Okay, yeah, but anyways, I'll be here for a bit. Happy New Year's, everyone. Is it working? Thank God. Background. Thank God you're so background noiseable. Or else I would have left. That's fair. It's honestly my fault. I don't pay enough attention to YouTube. Hi, Dalamus. It's not a sea captain. You're the one who said sea captain, sir. You said don't make you draw a buff old sea captain. So you said it again. See what I'm saying? I don't know. Anyway, or else I would have left. Well, you're here now. I apologize. I really need to stop doing that. The problem is I open this thing and I go, Twitch can be activated immediately. I just click on it. I'm like, I'll get back to YouTube once the stream starts. And then I don't do that. We're talking game mechanics. We're trying to decide a few things. Captain of the Sea. Indeed. I'm just trolling Tuna is really what's happening. How about not doing Twitch until you do YouTube? That's honestly the best way to do it. And I really should have done that. I should do it that way. And then I just like, I'll remember this time. And then I instantly forget. I'm just dumb. I will never make that mistake again though. Okay. I better never see you say it. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know why Twitch doesn't work for you sometimes. It was like that for Tuna too. Tuna, did you ever figure that out? Why Twitch sometimes doesn't work for you? Or is it just a bad app? Anyway, I don't know. We've got plenty of stuff to do for beach, baby turtles. I gotta write this in here because no, I'm always at the mercy of the whims of Twitch. Yeah, it's weird that it's temperamental. Wonder why that is. It's strange. To be honest, I'm kind of working my computer to the bone right now. My RAM is at like 86%. Holy, what are you doing? Your poor RAM. What are you doing and how much RAM do you have? Let's talk about this for half a second. So if Twitch is dying, that may be Bezos' fault. True. May not be Bezos' fault. Yeah. That makes more sense. Here's something that we need to consider. How many cards the old god gets to draw per turn, or draw total? Right now we have, because with the pre-built decks, you have a smaller deck size. I didn't mean to reset that. Whatever, it's fine. We have... I'm in the beta cards. Hold on. Hold. Okay, old god cards. We've got... We can ignore minions. We can ignore old gods. We have 54 cards. And currently, players have... 24 cards in a deck. I think you should look at this from a total power level perspective. Interesting. Not all old god cards and not all player cards are equally threatening. True. I think this is more for a short-term fix instead of a long-term, but also like cards with lower power level are sometimes the strongest cards, so I'm not 100% certain on that, but we could also try to calculate the perceived power level of a card. But you can calculate the amount of units that players need to generate to destroy to the old god to win. That's true. That is interesting. I do like that concept. I think this is maybe what we do when we design the old god decks. This is a great idea, Maximus. I love it, but I think we're gonna wait until, yeah, that's a later this may be the way later. I don't know where I put this. I like this idea and I don't want to forget it, but it needs to go somewhere else. Remember we had old god death effects? Remember that? Remember that? Remember when we were just kids, Maximus? I guess we just put this in the beta. That's a YouTube link. How did I do that? How did I manage to do that? Okay, we don't need that open anymore. We don't need this open anymore. Okay. We're just playing catch in our parents' backyard. Good old times. Those were the days. We were just playing catch in the backyard and set up a lemonade stand, making death effects for the old gods. Remember those? Remember those times? Just participating in some good old scope creep. That just was a cool idea, but didn't make the game better. In fact, it made it longer, where it was already 2-hour-long sessions. Anyway, I am John Scope Creep. Hello, John. Dalmas just doxed his real name, John Scope Creep. Okay, but yeah, I think for short term, we just need to quickly figure out what sort of number of cards. My current thinking is players have 24 cards. They play 2 cards per turn. 4 of those cards are spells. So, they will, in theory, run out of cards within. So 24, this is the math up here, right? 24 minus 4 is 2, or it's 20, sorry. And then divide that by 2. And that's equal to 10 turns, right? What's this? That's that math, right? So this is an individual player. I saw I'm dying. I need water. I haven't talked this much in a while. I saw a roguelike today. How many dudes? Interesting. And there were this whole playtest centered around your stuff dying. Do we have on death stuff in AE for cards? It's called the God of Destruction. True. Read this after you do this. Not for player cards. We could do that. We could have a triggered effect that works on death, in theory. I can see that. On death effects is interesting. There, it's written down. Any card that I assume is in the deck that beats made for them. There is on death for other cards, but not on death for the card itself, right? Like, so there's like Necromancer, you kill kill a monster, the Necromancer gains 1 unit, but there's no like when this card dies. I mean, there was Village, but yeah, still a cool idea. I mean, Village doesn't have that anymore, but yes, Village actually was the only one that did have that. Village used to. Village was nerfed to the ground. I didn't interpret it that way. Okay, yeah, I don't know what Tuna meant, but... And of course, you know, the old gods, pretty much every card has a on death effect, right? Yeah, Village used to have that, but Village basically removed everything extra off of that. I've missed information on cards. I mean, I think you were there when we did that. I don't think I put it into practice, but we were nerfing it when we went through it. It literally is like it only has the base effect. We removed the unit gen and the death effect because it was just like it already doubles the units on your land. Does it really need more than that? Basically, just stuff happens when a card dies. Having the whole card be about dying. When the card itself dies, though, right, is what you're talking about. Not like, because like Necromancer, if a monster or hero dies, this card gains a unit. You're talking about like if this hero dies, then your god gains 10 units or something, right? I don't know if that's that powerful, but it's just the same as that land. No, because of because of Tundra, right? Like things that scale like Tundra or Desert. Village and Sand just shows how strong some specific lands are. That's true. That's fair. Now, having 2 Tundras is the same as having a Tundra Village. I guess that's true. That's true. You're not wrong. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Never even thought of it that way. But either way, Village is still good. I don't think it's a strong enough card that I don't think you need to it needs more effects, honestly. It's just a good basic card, you know. So for Tundra would be slightly better with Village, but definitely not Desert. Yeah, that's fair. An example, I'd like if there's a card that dies and then returns to the deck. Yeah, I mean, there could be something like that, right? That would work. Anyway, yeah, we used to have a singular card that did that, but I agree with your nerf. Just wanted to point out that the Village, what Village being OP means. Yeah, I guess it's not OP, but it's balanced now, I guess is the word, what I should say. Because somehow it usually ends up being really, really good, even if it's I think it's because you put on the right cards, right? Like if you put a forest on it, or on a forest or a tundra, like it's really, really good. It used to be crazy on swamp because swamp triggers a specific number of times, but then again, it's not really any different than having two swamps, like you said. But yeah, anyway. So yes, you basically have 10 turns, and this is without any sort of playing extra cards, discarding extra cards, which is bound to happen, but good to consider, or good to know the game usually can go on for 10 turns. I have found it usually goes on for like 5. I really need to start tracking that better because I haven't necessarily. But yeah, I feel like usually it goes around for 5. Unless I'm doing my math wrong. No. So to make this fair, right, for the old god, instead of having 54 total cards, I think they probably need something around 30, right? Because the old god plays 3 cards per turn. Which brings us to 30, right? You're forgetting lands. Ooh, old god lands or player lands? I guess old god lands, right? Because old god lands are going to pull cards faster. But there's also cards that pull player cards faster. I don't, you know, like Mountain, stuff like that, or if you're playing God of Magic, or this is like in general. We could try to assess like how much that would be. Let's make this assumption though. Let's make an assumption of 30 cards to start. What I need to know is how many of each type of card there is. I'm pulling player cards faster increases your options. Pulling old god cards faster makes you play them. The only thing that lets you play more player cards consistently is farmland. Yeah, that's true. But there's stuff like discarding is also kind of counts, right? Like if you're using Mage's Tower that can discard your cards. But yeah, I guess I agree with you. I guess it kind of, but that's probably the only exception to that rule. Is it? Is there anything else that discards cards in your hand? Maybe like a few spells, but to be fair, I think that's like the only other card that counts. So, give me a second here. All right, we've got 12 monsters. Didn't I already do this math? No, I only did it with players. 12 monsters. Actually, I probably should count the number of copies in the deck, because that's the current balance of the game. 22 monsters. Wastelands. Eight ruins. I believe it's 8 curses as well, or is that different? 8 curses. Okay. My wonder here is like proportionages, you know what I mean? There's some death effects this card, I think, but blah. Yeah. You know, like not discard player cards though, right? It's only old god stuff. Wait, no. Never mind. Yeah, yeah, I agree, but blah. It's kind of, the problem is that's marginal. Also, half the wastelands draw minions instead of old god cards, but which minions I'm not accounting for in this metric because minions will constantly spawn forever and forever. Oh, by the way, there was a card that was indestructible. What if there's a card indestructible? By that, I mean, what I mean by that is, what if its death state was different? Like it gets disabled for 3 turns and can't be targeted while disabled. I can see something like that. That could be interesting. Oh, 3 turns, like you may as well, the game, like again, like the game lasts probably around 5 rounds, like 5 to maybe 7, I would say. So like at that point, it's like you may as well have the card be destroyed, you know? Then again, I guess technically you could move units on and off of it, which could be interesting. I don't know. I could see interesting stuff coming from that. Happy New Year, chat. Both me and my cat are shell-shocked from fireworks. Oh, no. Happy New Year, dude. Oh, yeah, I guess it's 5, huh? I was going to say it was going to be New Year's around 5 for Grot. Happy New Year, Grot. I hope you have a wonderful entire new year. Proportions are weird here. Especially because monsters are at a weird number. Because it's almost like 1 to 2 here, but what's 16 divided, or what's this as a proportion? I'm trying to think that through. I guess you just divide. I guess technically it's what, 11? Wait, I did that wrong. Sorry, I'm just thinking math in my head. How many is that? It's like basically, I mean, like simplification, right? It's like 11, 8, 4, 4, which is 10, 29. No, it's not 20, 19. Why is my brain not working? 20, 27? 27? Not 27, 37 is what I meant to say. Yeah, 37. Which is too many still. mean, even if you don't use these concepts, the fact that they're possible just shows what great base AE has. If you don't do everything that can be done, the community will be able to. Yeah, I mean, that'd be kind of cool to have like community, like a community card creator. Happy New Year, Scott. I'll be there in the future in an hour. True. It's crazy to think we live in a different year than Grod. It's true. This is still too many. I mean, we could half the number again, right? Which would be 2, 2, 4, 5.5. And we can round up. So 6 plus 4 plus 2 plus 2. There's only 14, which doesn't really quite work for us. I think in a smaller deck, we could probably have less wastelands, probably. Which is kind of what we do. We have less... Oh, hi. What are you clawing me for? Yeah, you only have claws on one hand, huh? One little paw. See, I don't know exactly the ratio we do here, but we have to figure that out, right? Because this is 37. I mean, we could just go with 37. We could just go literally half the deck. And that might be fair with cards that are drawing other cards, but at the same time, like, you know what I mean? I think we would want curated decks eventually, but I think in the short term, I guess in the short term, half the deck is probably fine, right? I think is, you know, one thing I want to say is even if the average A game is 5 rounds, there's still place for slower play styles. True, but 5 rounds is still a long game. It's still around like an hour or two. I gotta check some of the longer ones. Like, it'd be cool to check, you know, okay, we're just gonna do it because I do probably have to go soon, by the way. I think dinner's at 6, so which means I will not quite usher in the new year with you, Tuna. I'm sorry. But I'll probably have to leave right after this. I want to look at something. I want to look at our playtest with Toot. I believe that was pretty long. Am I wrong in thinking that? Did I put his name in here? Toot. Did I miss it? Toot. I did. Featuring Deep Toot. So funny. Ads. Get out of here. Okay. We take a while to select a deck. 2 veteran players play tested. It could be drastically faster. I agree. I'm just wondering how many rounds it is. All right, I do 1 round. Chief does his round. Okay, that's one old god round. So I remember almost being out of cards. Okay, that's 2, right? Yeah, that's round 2. Right? Okay, this is one. We kill a bunch. There's two. Okay, Abyssal Horde is drawing an extra. Okay, cool. Toot's turn. My turn. I'm assuming this is more... No. I forgot we lost this game. Technically, it's an eternal stalemate, I think, but... Okay, that's 3. Break. Wait, did we mess that up? No. Right, we drew the cards and then play them after. Okay. So that's 3. This is not the most interesting thing. Be so offended if you're leaving. I won't watch you the rest of the year. Gasp. Okay, this is turn 4. Turn 5? Turn 5. Turn 6, I believe. Okay, this one lasted about 7 rounds, I believe. It's so many minions. Yeah, it's 7 or 8 rounds, maybe. Which I believe Toot ran out of cards, so... And I was playing God of Magic, which is not surprising, but... Yeah, he had two cards left. Yeah. Sad bird. To be fair, Toot really loved those turtles, true. Yeah, I mean, I think for fairness, yeah, probably half the deck makes sense in this proportion for now. But we'll probably have to consider something different for the future. When we actually get to like pre-built decks, because we'll just make the decks out of these cards and then they'll have I mean, Dalamos's idea of like having it based on power level is actually kind of interesting, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But it should be around 30 cards, which... Oh, you got them Nez emotes. I don't know who the other one is, but... Milk. Gotta love emotes, you know what I mean? Yeah, I guess we'll have to figure out an exact proportion. It might be lower wastelands though, because there's not as many things to do. It probably will be something like maybe more minion wastelands and less normal wastelands. I don't know, it'll be interesting. Another person you rated. Who is that? I feel bad now. Doesn't even let me look. Oh, yeah, I remember them. Okay. Yeah, I remember them now. Took me a minute to remember. I have so many emotes right now from like, this is incredible emotes, true. I have so many random like gift subs. It's crazy. I feel like it's like end of the year, like everyone's like doing some sort of, you know, everyone's spreading the Christmas cheer or something. I don't know. I have just a ton of like gifted subs. Anyway. Yeah, we'll have to figure out these proportions for real. For now, I'd say we just do half the deck in these proportions, shuffle it randomly, draw whatever. Can we get a redeem for making an emote? Making you an emote or making an emote for chat or for stream? Technically, we could do one for stream. We only have so many slots, so I'm going to probably say no for our normal emotes. But we could, in theory, do seven TV emotes. Because we only have two... We have 4 animated emote slots and 1 standard slot for tier 2. So it's like we can't really do anything unless we get rid of our redeems. We could do a 7 TV emote redeem. Like if you do, where are my emotes? Like if you say bean like this and you look at the, oh wait, it doesn't, why does that not work? They disable, oh, you know what, that's on me, right? Hold on. Hold. This is not gonna work when I just do this, but I still gotta fill my standard emote slots. Yeah, me too. Well, I got all my standard ones done. I just need to get my, I've like 4 animated emotes and it's like, that's a lot of work. I'm still not even happy with my wave. I like my laugh. I'm very, very happy with the laugh I did. It's definitely my favorite, but my wave I'm kind of like merp on, you know what I mean? The laugh I'm really happy with though, that one. I make too many animated emotes, animated ones. Maybe I should do more of that because I want to do more of that kind of stuff. So I think I did a job with that one. Where's the search function here? Oh, it's literally right here. 7 TV. Add 7 TV emotes. Multiply viewer count by 1.75. What does it even mean? That seems illegal. Is my thing trying to break everything? I highly doubt that just instantly works. What part is that in? Is that mechanics? No. Visibility? I'm just wondering if that I have to replace the... No, okay. There we go. Either way, 7TV is like text-based emotes. You basically can... yes, hold on. To sign in. Hey, with Twitch. So like there's a bunch that you can just like add from the thing, which we just added, you know, like the basic ones, you know, MHM. God, this website's so slow though. There's too many images on this website. This guy, right? So if you say MHM like that, it should show up like that. I think it's probably gonna be broken because I didn't restart the. Oh, no, yeah, no, that works. Never mind. But also, if you say if you look on the on stream chat, that works, right? And any of these in theory works. So like, we do have a bean emote technically. If you like this, lowercase m. You got to do it. It's case sensitive. If you do, let's go. Oops, I did it wrong. I too did it wrong. Let's go. So that is technically a thing. We could put emotes on there if you guys want. We could have that be a redeem, but not full emotes because that's just going to be too difficult. We could have a day where we do more work on emotes and stuff, but also if you install their app on your computer, or maybe your phone, I don't know how that works. You get the chat it'll actually show up in your chat. It'd be a little annoying because like, you know, there's just like a ton of tabs at the top now, but you know, the Maximus emote. It doesn't really, it's so small on here. I definitely need to like fix what the emotes look like, but you know, here we are. It is a thing. That would be the closest thing we could do to that, to what you're asking for. I do like doing this though. Hold on. Old. I think that's fun. It got all wonky, at least on my screen. Anyway, I like that too. So we could do that. I'd be happy to do that. Honestly, I was tempted to put all the little guys on there regardless. And you guys could have just spam your little guy as an emote. Of course, that's only going to be on this server, but okay. Anyway, I'm rambling at this point. Not that I haven't been rambling this entire thing. My little guy should be synonymous with genius. The ego of the tuna. Let's raid someone, shall we? Wonder if Hellfire's still going. For some reason, I'm guessing not. Oh, he is. Let's raid Hellfire. Stormers also just started. I think I've raided Storm before. I don't believe I've actually raided Hell yet. Maybe I have. I don't know. I'm gonna raid Hell. Because what the hell, why not, you know? Anyway, it was a good stream. Happy New Year, y'all. Boo. You don't like puns? Classic. They were talking about Storm Real Life. No. Simply Storm. One of our other friends. Anyway, we're gonna raid Hellfire. That's the end of the stream. Kind of anticlimactic end of the stream, but let's go. Let's do it, you know? It was a good time. Oh wait, here, full screen. There we go. It was a good time. I'll be back. I'm not entirely sure yet. I got to figure out what my schedule looks like. Probably Tuesday of next week. But if I'm feeling crazy, maybe Sunday, this coming Sunday. So we'll see. We'll see what my life looks like. But yeah. All right, y'all. Have a good rest of your day. And a good rest of your year. And Happy New Year. Goodbye. Farewell. When do you think is starting dispatch? I don't know. We have 40 seconds to talk about that. I don't know. It's hard to say. Probably like in a week or two would be my guess. I'm getting attacked by my cat. All right, y'all. Bye. Bye. You can ask me on the server if you want more information. All right. Bye.
What was it?